but like I said, we are able to proceed with the meeting as such. So having done so, I will just deal with the outline of the interview. I usually say that we do not really take it as an interview, true sense, but really a conversation we have with the candidate so as to learn from self in terms of the responses you give, but surely at the end, you also learn from the questions that members would have asked as they interact with you. This should also help us at the end to also improve our oversight role as the committee when we make reflections. So please feel welcomed. We'll then give you the 5 minutes. In the 5 minutes, you will just introduce yourself, which will be after the members would have at least introduce themselves so that when you interact, you can refer properly. But from a point of allocation of time, you have the 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, which will also talk to your skills, your experiences, which may be an important point as you look at you being considered for recommendation by this committee. Immediately after that, we'll then get into allocation of 5 minutes interaction with the member. That 5 minutes is the questions and your responses to those questions in the 5 minutes per member. That's the maximum time, depending on the ground that you cover. Then once we are done with members, as the chair, I'm facilitating the session. So if I do come, it will be because there's probably a point that I need clarity on for purposes of my notes. Otherwise, allow space for members to be the ones who interact. Thereafter, we'll then allocate 2 minutes for you to make your concluding points or any matter you want clarified by the committee in that 2 minutes. That will then close the part of the interaction as I will be doing my closing points to allow you to leave the platform. So having said that, like I said, we have members drawn from different political parties, but we are a subcommittee, not just representatives of parties. So that's how we are approaching the work. So I would, honorable members, without further ado, give you an opportunity to those that are present, briefly introduce, and then I'll just close with those that are not present. And maybe let me assist so that I don't delay myself, Boyce Maneli. I'm the chairperson of the committee, as well as this subcommittee that was from the African National Council. Can I get the other members to just briefly indicate? It also helps us to test if the system is it's working. We may change probably in the next candidate where we just do a good introduction. Honorable.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Lisiwa Mulala. I'm a member of the committee as well as this subcommittee. I'm from the African National Congress. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mulala.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gumbu Thomas, a member of the committee, but I'm just replacing Honorable Kubeka, who's not feeling well today.
Good afternoon, Honorable Gumbu.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Sinao Tambo. I'm a member of the committee and the subcommittee from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Good afternoon, Honorable Tambo.
Mr. Martins? Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Martins, my name is Natasha Mazzoni, and I am the Shadow Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. I represent the DA on this committee, and you will accept my apologies. Bandwidth is giving us trouble today because of load shedding, but I am here just with the camera off so that my questions and my comments come through to you clearly, but you are most welcome to this committee.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mazzone.
Thank you, Honorable Mazzone.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Tingu. I saw it.
Good afternoon. I'm Alison Tembo, a member of the committee and a member of this subcommittee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Tembo.
Thank you, honorable members. We, of course, have a member from the IFP, Honorable Machozi. That's the one we received, who's unable to make it to the subcommittee. But like I said, we do have the numbers to proceed in this regard. Honorable members and Mr. Martinez, I'm now coming back to you to start that conversation. As I said, we'll give 5 minutes from now to briefly introduce yourself, covering all the areas as I would have outlined, and thereafter we'll get the members to interact with you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the committee. My name is Dimitri Martinez. I am truly humbled to have been given another opportunity to appear before you for the position of Councillor of ICASA. As you will have seen from my CV, I actually began my career having worked for the regulator. And so this is something for me which is truly an important development in my own career. I think perhaps I should begin just to express why I believe I am a suitable candidate for consideration for the position. Honourable Chairperson, first of all, having worked in the sector, both within the broadcasting space, having worked with different broadcasting organizations, including the public broadcaster, ETV. I was part of the team that set that broadcaster up. I worked with on digital media, which is now Starsat. I certainly believe I have the practical operational experience, having worked with the broadcaster. In terms of the policy and regulatory space, I believe I have the technical knowledge and understanding of the regulatory environment in which we operate, the policy environment, and both locally and indeed internationally. I have worked on projects which include the SADC. And most recently, I was part of a team. I led the review of the consumer protection regulations for the SADC region. Then I have an extensive network of contacts both within South Africa and abroad. And I think that puts me in very good stead. Chairperson, I think, and members of the committee, you will agree that for things to be done, one needs to be part of a network. I believe I am a team player. I have a very strong respect for the other members that have been shortlisted. I also have a great respect for the existing members of the Council of ICASA and indeed staff of the authority with whom I have had the opportunity to interact. Then in terms of my broader understanding, Chairperson, I have participated in all of the policy and regulatory processes since the dawn of democracy in South Africa. I have worked both, as I mentioned earlier, with the broadcasters, and indeed when I worked at the regulator. I was part of the team after that, worked with the Department of Communications, part of the advisory body that developed the initial policies for the digital switchover. And subsequent to that, the convergence legislation. I've attended many, many meetings of the portfolio committee itself. I have a very good understanding of the dynamics and how important it is for the different entities to collaborate together. And I'll come back to that later if I have an opportunity. My understanding of the kind of regulation that is required, and which indeed is a trend globally, is collaborative regulation. A collaboration between the regulator, government, the parliament, and industry. Chairperson, I think that is certainly going to be something which I will encourage as if I am selected for the position. I think right now we are entering a period which really is going to require a deep understanding of the audiovisual industries. We have both local and the international players which are now entering a market which really is going to require very careful, first of all, understanding, and secondly, regulation to ensure that consumers are protected and to ensure that we start to attract more investment into the sector, and both local investors to continue to invest and grow. We've seen success stories of South African companies which are global players. And for me, something that's very close to my heart, to see South African content being made available on platforms throughout the world. So, Chairperson, I think for me, very important, understanding the role of the regulator, what kind of regulation we require, working very closely with government, industry, and indeed with yourselves as Parliament that exercise oversight of the regulator and the various entities under your portfolio. Chairperson, with your permission, I'll pause there and I would welcome any questions. Chair,
thank you, Mr. Martinez. I think the problem is probably my gadget on this side. I want to recognize that Honorable Machozi, if I've been properly on this side, that she's been able to join, just to complete that introduction, so that when you interact, Honorable Machozi, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. I would have tendered to apology, but we're happy that you have been able to, as we interact at this point with Mr. Martinez. I would, honorable members, in going through that introduction, as agreed, will then be taking the members who would be asking questions or interacting with the candidate, just for purposes of ease of chairing the meeting, so that we keep the trend. We'll start with Honorable Mthembu if she wants to interact. So please keep your number. Would then be followed by the Honorable Majosi. Then we'll take the Honorable Gumbu. After that, after Honorable Gumbu, we'll then take the Honorable Tambo, followed by Honorable Mazone and Honorable Mulala. So if we can just keep it that way, makes the flow quite easy, unless there may be a situation where a member loses connectivity. We'll then pass and check if you have reconnected to still give you an opportunity if you want to ask questions or interact with the candidate. I hope you've been able to note that and keep your notes. So I'll then start if Honorable Mthembu would want to interact with the candidate. Honorable Mthembu. You are muted, so can't hear you. So we'll come back to Honorable Mthembu. We now take the Honorable Majosi. Honorable Majosi. Majosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to Mr.
It seems you have network issues on your side.
No. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of things, so yes. Yes, good afternoon to Mr. Martinez and all honorable members that are present today. Fortunately, I was able to get maybe the latter part of your presentation, and mine would be specifically, since you have alluded more on the legislations and so forth, and knowing what is ICASA, you are speaking of relations that we should be having with international organizations and so forth. In terms of the litigations that have been happening and taking more money in the ICASA, what when you come into the board, if you are appointed, what do you think the ways of eliminating all the litigations, and also how then do we maybe enhance our relations internationally, so that we build those relations and we are able to maybe bring more ideas into South Africa and how to run the ICASA. I just wanted to get your views on that, because I heard you touching on the international part of side, and on the government side, I heard you that you want to have close relations, and which is good, but internationally and of the litigations, how then do we eliminate them?
Good afternoon, Honorable Majosi, and thank you for the two questions. Avoiding litigation, I think that is absolutely the preferred route. It really is a waste of resources and a waste of executive time for the regulator to be caught up in the litigation, either because of disagreements with the types of regulation that are developed or the way in which the regulations are applied. So certainly I would encourage, when the regulator is developing regulations, and specifically we've spoken about the entry of international players who are currently not licensed in the country, that the regulator undertakes very careful and very extensive consultative processes as we develop regulations, so that we make sure that, first of all, our national interests are protected. Secondly, that the public interest is protected. And thirdly, that we make sure that these regulations enable the industry to grow and encourage innovation and encourage players to enter into the country. But of course, those players do need to comply with our local laws and regulations. And those players certainly need to contribute to the growth and development of our sector. With regard to your second question about enhancing relationships with international players, and I can assume you mean also international other regulatory bodies. Perhaps I can start with that. Honourable Majosi, I think the kinds of challenges that we are faced with as a country are not unique to us as a country. And certainly developing the kinds of regulatory frameworks which are applied globally. So for example, governance of the internet, for example, how we deal with the major technology companies. There we need to really have regulations that apply globally. Within Africa, I think it's really important that we work looking at regulations and harmonization across the region, for example, SADC, and certainly as we now move into the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and we have more and more business that's happening and flow of people and capital across borders, there it is vital that we have very strong partnerships with regulators in other countries, and indeed government-to-government relations that make sure that we are able to harmonize across the region. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions.
Thank you, Honourable Majosi. Now look at the Honourable Gumbo. If you've got any.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to honourable members, and good day to Mr. Martins.
Afternoon, Honourable Member.
It's good to meet you again. Just 2 or 3 questions from my side. Mr. Martins, having gone through your CV and having listened to your short presentation, I can see that you have the necessary experience and qualifications. Now, if you can just indicate to me 2 or 3 areas which the authority or ICASA can be, in ICASA, which can be changed by the experience and the qualification you are bringing in. And maybe if you can further indicate to me as to why those changes are necessary in order to change the authority. And lastly, if you happen to be appointed, what are the new skills that you will bring to the authority that will assist the authority moving forward, and also indicate as to how those skills will assist the authority in this regard? Those are my 3 or 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Honourable Gumbu. The first question, 2 or 3 areas where I believe changes need to occur within the authority. I think the first one, I honestly believe that the regulator can play a very important part in developing regulatory policy, and that would feed into national policy processes. I think it's really important that the regulator is not reactive. For example, we have the white paper process that is currently underway, and it's really important that from a regulatory perspective, that the regulator is not simply responding to what is in the paper itself, but that we spend time doing research and actually developing regulatory policy to enhance and to assist as government develops policy for this really, really dynamic and quite complex field, in everything from how do we deal with misinformation and disinformation, how do we regulate global streaming companies, global technology companies, and what kinds of definitions, for example, ICASA itself made comments on the white paper and spoke about, for example, expanding the definition of broadcasting. What kind of regulation is appropriate in this environment now? What kind of regulation? And I mentioned collaborative regulation. I think, Honorable Gumbu, we've moved on from the environment in the mid-90s and early 2000s, where you had a particular role for the regulator. We now honestly have so many different types of challenges. So that would be the one area. The second area and linked to that is to raise the capacity within ICASA so that we raise the professional standards of the members of staff so that they are able to participate in these processes, so that the regulator is not following industry, but rather is leading, that we find that the regulator should be the first port of call when people are looking for information about how the sector is developing, looking for ideas about how it is best to regulate. Finally, your question about what new fields or ideas would I bring to the authority. I would certainly bring, I believe, this new understanding of what we're calling the fifth generation of regulation, where it's very much working closely with the policymakers, working closely with the legislators, and working closely with industry, so that we're able to honestly make an effective and play an effective role. Thank you for the questions, Honorable Gumbu. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gumbu, for the questions. I see, Honorable Mazone, your hand has been up. Just to be sure that it's not mistakenly so, before we go to Honorable Tambo, who's next on the line.
Chair, my hand is up indeed to ask a question, but I will wait my turn.
Okay, wait for your turn, Honorable Mazone. You just come after Honorable Tambo, as I try to check if Honorable Tambo still want to come back.
You're saying Tambo, Chair?
I'm saying, yes, exactly that, Honorable Tambo. That Honorable Mazone must wait. You would be coming in, followed by her, whilst I also check. No problem. Would want to come. Please come in. You are recognized.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just two questions to the candidate. I think something that we should all be curious about recently is the emerging trend of the sub-licensing agreements that our public broadcaster has with MultiChoice in particular, in terms of broadcasting of national sporting events. I'm just curious, what are his thoughts on how that can be regulated better by ICASA? How do we regulate the relationship between MultiChoice and the public broadcaster in terms of sub-licensing of sporting rights for international and national sporting events? Because it is something that is seriously troublesome in the broadcasting space, and the SABC is often required to pay exorbitant amounts of money to sub-license. So how do we better regulate entities such as MultiChoice that seem to have a level of monopoly on acquiring sporting rights or rights of broadcast to sporting international and national tournaments? Just his thoughts on that. And I think secondly, South Africa is faced by a chronic challenge of high costs of data. So outside of the additional allocation of spectrum, of course, to service providers, how can we, through ICASA, ensure affordable data for the almost 20 million South Africans who don't have access to high-speed internet in South Africa? What are his thoughts of what ICASA can do better in that regard? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the two questions, Honourable Tambo. And indeed, those are topics very close to my heart. And I honestly do believe, if I begin with your first question regarding the question of sub-licensing agreements, the key issue here is really that there are listed sports and there are regulations. But we're dealing with a situation, and this is something that I was going to mention in my conclusion, but thanks for the opportunity to raise it now. We have some very long, drawn-out regulatory processes at ICASA that have not been concluded. For example, the inquiry into subscription broadcasting. So it is very important that processes such as these are concluded, because we require certainty. The process that I'm referring to, for example, would deal with the question of sports of national interest, would deal with premium content, etc., so that if indeed ICASA was to conclude the process and determine there are certain markets in which there is not effective competition, the regulator would impose the kinds of remedies that you alluding to. For example, the issue of licensing and sub-licensing of rights. Of course, I'm also mindful of the fact that it's not just the broadcasters and the regulator in this dynamic. We also have the owners of the rights. So the sporting codes themselves, their interest is to try and get as much money from the broadcasters. And very often the agreements that are reached are agreements that are between the sporting codes and the broadcasters, where the sporting codes actually demand very high prices, and often they would price either the public broadcaster or other private broadcasters out of the market. And so you've touched on a really important point. I know I've only got a couple of minutes, but just in summary, I believe, first of all, ICASA must, as a matter of urgency, complete that inquiry into subscription broadcasting. Secondly, the matter of the high data costs and how all of our people can have access to high-speed internet. Again, something that's very, very close to my heart, because we have incredible networks, and yet people living sometimes within range of a network are not able to access that. So I think, first of all, we can look at the technology with more Wi-Fi hotspots. So people, for example, at university, students are able to access data for free. We can have more content that is made available at zero rates. For example, the content of the public broadcaster. We have the SABC currently that has launched an application, and yet members of the public would need to use data to access that. So we can zero rate content, educational content, public service media content, and use the technology. The third point is when we license the networks, and for example, with the spectrum, we can have license conditions that make sure that underserviced areas are made a priority, not a second choice, but indeed a priority, to make sure that we are reaching our rural areas, that we are reaching areas where people cannot afford the high data costs. And we would need to have those as license conditions for new licensees and indeed existing licensees who would be perhaps, as their licenses are renewed, these are conditions that could be imposed. Thank you for the questions, Honourable Tambo.
Thank you, Honourable Tambo, for the questions. I'll recognize you, Honourable Matsoni.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Martins, I'm very interested in your take on the regulations and the fact that you have read through the white paper and you understand the dynamics that ICASA doesn't only deal with broadcasting and digital technologies. In this particular communications department solely, it broadens the spectrum. It goes into health, into education, and you seem to understand that. So my question to you is this: ICASA continuously complains and is known to be underfunded. How do we, in your opinion, deal with the funding conundrum that we find ourselves in when it comes to the underfunding of ICASA and digital technologies in general? And my second question to you would be, knowing that the SABC is in dire financial distress at the moment and unable to broadcast things and outsourcing to private companies like MultiChoice because they simply don't have the funds that they require, how do you foresee ICASA, and especially yourself, should you be a successful ICASA candidate, how would you see yourself adding value, and how would you see yourself planning to, in a way, sort the financial issues out to ensure that the ICASA actually fulfills their required mandate, and to ensure that the SABC, which has a constitutional mandate to broadcast to the nation, it's not just whether they want to or not, the Constitution actually demands of them to be a national broadcaster. How would you see a financial solution being sought besides coming to the government and asking for a bailout from the state? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the two-part question, Honourable Mazzoni. If I may start with the second part regarding the funding of the public broadcaster and what kind of role the regulator should be playing to ensure that the SABC is adequately financed, I would begin with the fact that a decision on the funding model for the SABC is a policy decision. So the regulator can certainly play a role in helping to develop the kinds of regulatory policies that would inform national policy. So we have the white paper, and we now have recently the SABC bill, which was approved by Cabinet and is now sitting with yourselves. And it's something that has been a matter of urgency. Indeed, when Parliament set up the special committee to look at challenges at the SABC, one of the recommendations that was made by that committee was, in fact, that the minister, together with the committee, together with the Minister of Finance, should be focused on developing a funding model for the SABC. This has become really a matter of urgency, and I believe that the bill has spoken about kicking it into a further 3-year period. I think that would not be in the best interest of the regulator. What role can ICASA play? Well, certainly in bringing the parties together and making sure, because the Electronic Communications Act talks about the viability of the public broadcaster, the Broadcasting Act itself. So right now, we have really quite an urgent need to develop that funding model. The governing party itself has indicated that government itself should be financing the public broadcaster directly from the fiscus. And perhaps these are some of the proposals that can be put in as the white paper is concluded and then the bill itself is addressed. My personal view is that it's unfortunate that the bill has come before the policy, but perhaps that is for another platform. Honourable Mazoni, the question of the funding of ICASA, again, this is a policy matter, and certainly through legislation, one can identify certain key areas that we can ensure the continued funding of ICASA as an autonomous and independent regulator, and certainly identifying funding for specific projects. So I mentioned now, as we talk about increasing capacity, increasing research capacity, raising professional standards, that for me would be a priority. And that's not to cast aspersions on any members of the staff. I think we have some really very professional people who work very hard, but we're talking about thousands, literally thousands of licensees between broadcasting, telecommunications, and the other categories of license. So that would be my priority, both from a policy perspective and the role that the regulator can play. Thank you for the question, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Mazone. I'll again check if Honourable Tembo is ready to ask a question before I move to the next.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you now, Honourable Tembo.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I've been thank you, and I was in a serious problem. Network is very bad in my area. I'm sorry for not coming in time. Good afternoon, Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon, Honourable Tembu.
I've been listening. I was listening on your introduction, and I did realize that you have a wide experience on this department. You've worked with different departments. I just one question. I just want to find out from you, what is it that you think you can bring in to reduce the challenge that people who are living in rural areas are facing, as they are the ones who always not easily getting some services. That is my question, Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Tembu. Certainly, I think it is vital that the regulator plays its part as much as the executive plays their part in terms of developing policy. And finally, the role that the licensees or industry plays in order to make sure that every single South African has access, especially now in the rural areas, given that so many of our people live in rural areas, and the focus of many companies has been on reaching the cities where there is a high concentration of people, and obviously it's an economic incentive for them. So first of all, we have the technology that makes it possible to reach the rural areas. The costs of doing so are what normally has caused the problems. You will probably know, Honourable Tembu, that there have been a number of different policy approaches to address this matter. We first had what was called the underserviced area licenses that were issued. Unfortunately, that was not a successful way to do so. Those were done away with. And so I would go back to the point that I made in response to Honorable Tambo, and to say, these can be license conditions. We can place license conditions on the companies to say, we want you to prioritize rural areas. So when, for example, the spectrum that has recently been licensed, that was something that was possible to do. We can say right now, if you are applying for your license to be renewed, please demonstrate to us what you have done to reach rural areas and what you have done to make sure that the cost to communicate is not prohibitive for those people. We have, as I've said, a number of technologies. We look to a country, for example, South Korea, which has a predominantly rural population. They have fiber that is covering almost 75% of the population. So it's certainly possible, Honourable Member. The industry requires the incentive. The policymaker certainly has played its role in developing policy. It's for the regulator now to make sure that we are able to implement that policy, and we are able, through the instruments at the disposal of the regulator, to make sure that companies are not just focusing on urban areas. Thank you for the question, Honourable Tembu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Tembu. Now recognize Honourable Mlala as the last.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon to Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon, Honourable Malala.
Maybe let me first start with there's a question that was asked by one of my colleagues, but I was not very clear about the responses, which relates to how ICASA is funding itself. It's called self-funding. I want you to talk to that, so that are you comfortable with the current model of ICASA funding? You think it's sufficient? If not, what would you propose should be the new model for funding ICASA? That's my first question. It's just a follow-up. But my real question is this one. You've spoken a lot about the evolving landscape in the industry. And I want you to go further to talk to the structures and the design of various regulators, and ultimately indicate whether it will be a good thing to have the merger of these regulators, or in your view, we need to retain the status quo. If you can speak to that, I think that would be my first question. The second one, you also spoke about passionately about the autonomy and the independence of ICASA. But when you look at the industry currently is dominated by few dominant players, which largely are the ones who have received spectrum thus far. What would be your new approach to ensuring that our SMEs, the industry is indeed competitive? Because there's two diverging interests. Obviously, these big companies, their drive is profit, the growth and profit. And how then do we interface that to ensure that our people also have access to this industry? That's the second question. And the last question would be, maybe it's also related to the same issue of the Chapter 9 institution, the independence and the autonomy. What is your understanding of the interface of, between the three most powerful influence in the industry? One is Parliament, the executive, and the general public in relation to how regulations are managed in the country, and maybe in your response also look at how we can empower our people, because it's not just the access to internet, it's also how do we develop our society to move to a high level. So if you can talk to those three issues for me, I'll be fine. Thanks.
Thank you for the three questions, Honourable Molala. So the ICASA funding and indeed the current model is essentially the executive would decide in essence. It's possibly something that could be in the hands of Parliament that would decide on the particular funding. So, for example, if we look at specific projects that one would expect the regulator to become involved in, that might be a way of saying we want to ring-fence certain funding for what we consider priority projects. We may also have a situation, for example, where the funding is guaranteed, a multi-year funding model. So it's not just for a single year. It's important, of course, that as with all other institutions, it would have to comply with the PFMA, it would have to comply with national legislation, but it could be a situation that in order to provide the kind of certainty, we could be looking at multi-year funding, for example, and that is not something that I've seen happen, but it's not out of the realms of possibility. It links there as well. You mentioned about the evolving landscape and the design of various regulators. Indeed, Honourable Member, the white paper has made a number of proposals in that regard, merging institutions, etc. My personal view, and I certainly hope I'm not going to get into trouble because it is an evolving, it's a policy process, but certainly I believe that we have a regulator that has years of experience now. It has developed. What we really need right now is making sure that in key areas we are further capacitating the regulator. We have, for example, the Film and Publications Board as a classification body. We have ICASA itself. If we look, for example, in Australia, we look at some other countries, there has been a separation where they've said we'll have a content regulator and then we'll have a separate regulator for networks. That may well be something that will emerge out of this policy process. My view right now is that we need to make sure we don't break what we have, but rather make sure that we improve capacity and efficiencies, because, Honourable Member, the people who've been working there have years of institutional knowledge, understanding the dynamics, when it comes to really sometimes very tricky operational issues. And it's important that we don't lose that. In terms of the role of SMEs in the sector, I fully agree with you. The intention of policy and regulation was, unfortunately, it hasn't worked in such a way. Because this is an industry which requires a lot of capital investment, large capital investment, SMEs always find it very difficult, one, to get in, and then to compete with the major players. So again, this might be something that, as we work with the license conditions of major players, and when reviews are done, when we look at competition reviews, that there could well be license conditions imposed that there has to be certain type of work or certain type of relationships with SMEs, so that SMEs don't become dependent on the bigger players, but they are able to get into markets where they can be financially sustainable and compete effectively in those markets. I know I'm a little bit short of time, so I'll very quickly touch on your third question. The relationship and how to empower people to move. Honestly, I think that's such an important question. Very often these policy processes and the regulatory processes, you will find it's only the big players that participate in this. And I believe it's the SABC, for example, as public broadcaster, can play an important role in informing members of the public to say, by the way, we have a white paper process that is happening. These are the issues. This is how it impacts you as a person. This is how you can submit your responses to a particular public consultation. Parliament's own consultation processes, Honourable Molala, you will know generally it's members in the industry that participate, and a few public interest organizations. I'm sorry, I ran a little bit out of time. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Honourable Molala, for that interaction. Most of the areas I wanted would have been covered except for one. If I may just get some understanding from you. You talk about research-based regulations that also look at what international practice is and so on, especially as it comes to regulation of those that are global who may come into the country. Maybe if you can share with the committee, like I said, it also helps us as we do oversight work of the committee beyond interviews. Maybe some examples you can give where you would have had such happening in the world, and maybe something to look at as a country that serves as a win-win situation, because in some instances, as you want to put regulation, it's also said that over-regulation would mean even investment flight. So if you can just speak to that point, because I think it's only when you are responding, where you talked about research-based regulation. Just that point.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Chair. So research-based and evidence-based regulation, certainly that is already part of our law. Policy processes themselves, before a department issues a policy or before a piece of legislation is introduced, there is a requirement to undertake a socio-economic impact assessment. And we don't have consistency in that regard, if I can be completely frank. What we have found is that there is some areas where we've done exceptionally well in looking at the impact of a new policy or regulation, and then making sure that it informs the process that is also made available to members of the public, speaking to Honourable Molala's question earlier, so that members of the public are able to understand these were the issues that were taken into account. This is the evidence based, and so people can make an informed decision in these consultative processes. Now, taking the global players, the examples. So if I can reiterate the point that I was making, that no one country can develop the kind of regulations to control a global player. However, we as a country can participate in global processes, for example, through UN organizations like the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, looking at issues like the emerging trends with artificial intelligence. These are important issues that are going to have a major impact on us as a country, on us as a society, and on us as individuals. And so this is an area where it's important that South Africa participates, and indeed we do participate in these global platforms, the ITU, and that we work effectively there to make sure that our national interests are protected, that the public interest is protected, that consumers are protected from harmful practices, and on the flip side, that we benefit from the positive aspects of new technologies, from innovations that are coming, and that these are areas we cannot on our own as a country be doing, simply because these global players are so much more powerful. Thank you for your question, Honourable Chair.
No, thank you, Mr. Martinez. I now afford you, as promised, the 2 minutes for you to speak to the committee in case there's any matter you want to raise at the point before we wrap up.
Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members of the committee. Thank you for your questions, and thank you for the opportunity for me to engage. I really would reiterate that my strength really is the fact that I have a very deep understanding of the dynamics that currently play out in the sector, the interaction between the executive, the regulator, parliament, and industry, and how important it is that these partnerships are developed so that as a country we are able to participate in these global forums where regulation, for example, of the internet, a future internet is being determined. How do we deal with the threats of disinformation and misinformation? How do we make sure that our consumers are protected from the harmful business practices that many we've seen, and also the threats of cyber crime, making sure these are not necessarily happening from people that are within our country. And so the jurisdiction of the regulator really extends to a certain part. It is vital that we develop these relationships and that we work. We need to make sure that South Africans participating on these global forums know what they're talking about, that they are able to make sure that they are protecting our interests. Again, I believe the regulator needs to lead, not to follow, constantly playing catch up. And I would end simply with saying I believe that the relationship that the regulator currently has with Parliament, I think, is a healthy one. We continue to take direction and advice, and I would really like to see that strengthened and improved. Thank you, Honourable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We've now come to the part where we need to wrap up, and I think that I have said is the objective in terms of the conversation, learning from you as you respond but as well as you learning from the questions that members would have raised. I think it's a matter that goes beyond just this interaction done, but in the different corners as we seek to have solutions for the challenges that we're faced with as a country, that this conversation should then continue in that scope. Just to deal with the part of the formality that, as you know, from here, we still have to engage with other candidates. But the good thing is that from the side of the committee, our processes are quite open to the public, so we'll be able to follow until a recommendation is considered by the National Assembly in this regard. But administratively, the committee support will be readily available for any inquiries that are administrative, and will be able to assist you as they would have done as you are preparing to come for this interaction with the committee. So with that, we really thank you for raising your hand and saying available to serve. Let's interact. Thank you for that. So that then closes the interaction with you. As Mr. Ngoma is going to help us put up the other candidate, who would then allow you to leave the platform.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and honourable members.
Mr. Ngoma, if you can bring in the next candidate.
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon. Once again, the next candidate is Professor Surendra Thakur. Prof is on the platform. Thank you very much.
Prof is able to hear.
I am indeed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Prof. Thakur. Let me welcome you to this subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technology. So in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, a committee is allowed to put up a subcommittee that focuses on a particular matter. So our focus is the filling in this vacancy in the ICASA, and therefore make recommendations to the committee, which ultimately makes a recommendation to the National Assembly. So please, like I said, feel welcome. We do not really take it as an interview, but more a conversation that we're having with you. From that conversation, I think that through questions that members would ask, we probably learn, as we also learn from their responses in this interaction. Just to quickly deal again with the formality, we'll briefly introduce members as a starting point, so that later on when you interact, at least you know the member that's interacting with you. So this committee, you would hear that in the introductions. This committee is based on the multi-party system. As you know, that's what we have in the country. So committees of parliament are also constituted as such based on the electoral support in 2019. We therefore have different parties, and you can say at this point we're still all on the platform as a 7-member committee, so we are able to proceed in that regard. And I will definitely give members an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves, so where they can have better connectivity, it will be good to see them, so that you know who you are interacting with. After that introduction, brief introduction, will then give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself to the committee, to skills, the experience you have, and how that would assist if you are to consider it for recommendation to this committee. Immediately after that, we will then take members in the order I would be calling them to interact with you, say a maximum of 5 minutes, which takes into account the questions that the member would have asked and your responses thereof. And then we move to another member. Of course, I have no intentions of getting between yourself and the member you are interacting with. So I allow the flow of the conversation without the check in between, and only take you to the next member to interact with you. So I thought it's also important. So once you are done, we are done with members. Of course, from the point of the chair, I may or I may not ask questions depending on the ground you would have covered. But if there's a point I need to check just to clear my notes, I'll really do that. Thereafter, I would give you 2 minutes to make your concluding points or any matter that you want to raise and get clarity on with the committee, and from there we'll wrap up. So I just hope you'd keep that in mind in terms of the allocation of time. So having said that, honorable members, so we'll just do as a quick intro, and I'll start with myself just to make things easier. With Moneli, let's see, I'm the chairperson of the committee, but also chairing this subcommittee. So I'm from the African National Congress. I will then give to the other members, starting with the ones from the African National Congress, so that we just keep that completed and then we get to another.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Prof. My name is Lisiba Mulala, member of the subcommittee and the portfolio committee. I'm from the African National Congress. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member Malala.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Alice Mtembu. Good afternoon, Professor Sandra.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member Mtembu.
Afternoon, Prof. Sandra. My name is Zandile Majosi, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee and from the Inkatha Freedom Party. Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Please complete before we recruit the other members.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My name is Gumbu Thomas. I'm a member of the committee and I'm from the African National Congress. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gumbu. Honorable Tambo, coming in.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the candidate. I just have one question. There's been a lot of uproar around the PE requirements that Elon Musk.
Honorable Tambo, we're just dealing with the introduction. You'll have the opportunity to ask the question. I was just making sure that you're not recruited by Honorable Gumbu without you knowing. So it's just
no. My name is Sinawa Tambo. I'm a member of the subcommittee and the committee, and also a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Machos would have already introduced herself. Honorable Nathan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Professor. My name is Natasha Matsano. I'm a member of this subcommittee. I'm also the DA's Shadow Minister on Communications and Digital Technologies, and I represent the Democratic Alliance on this committee. You're most welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thakur. I'll now, like I said, without waste of time, get back to you now to start the conversation. By briefly introducing yourself in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to you members, and thank you for the privilege of firstly allowing me to be shortlisted, and I look forward to the engagement. I'm not going to speak too much about my CV. I think it's been sent through to you. I'm just going to highlight some points, so I'll be less than 5 minutes. I undertook my undergraduate degree during the 80s. And during this time, I used my ICT skills for the then SRC and the then UDF to make posters for whenever we had meetings, and I was always asked to develop posters for them because that was a skill that I could provide to the people. When as a consequence to that, I met people like Fatima Mir and IC Mir and Patrick Lakota, and people that helped me to shape me to who I eventually became. When I graduated, the Institute for Black Research sent me to the Carnegie Mellon University in the US, where I did 2 courses during summer school, and I got those 2 courses with distinction. Carnegie Mellon then offered me a chance to stay back at the university to register a PhD. It was at that moment that I discovered the power of ICT, and I knew I had to come back. And when I came back, I rejoined the university, but I was enticed by a company car, would you believe, to join the sugar industry as a research and development specialist. That car ultimately led to me being very, very embarrassed about the privilege that I had. Post 1994, I appropriated the struggles, the one person, one vote, to speak to my field, which was basically one person, one device. I felt that that was something that I would never attain in my lifetime, but it kind of gelled with the kind of thing that I wanted to do. Then enter the era of mobiles. I had to evolve my motto, and my motto then became one person, one connected device. Again, I don't expect to see that in my lifetime, but it's always nice to aim for something that you will never do, so that there's purpose in your direction, and there's no silly sense of accomplishment. I then got involved in the ICT sector, and started looking at the role of non-white people in the sector, because I felt that there was a significant contribution being made, but there was a reasonable bias against certain types of people and females. So I served in many bodies like the Computer Society. Then I was a chapter chairperson for many years, and I was also the national treasurer for the Computer Society, and I was supporting government in many issues in terms of lobbying for a recognition of the profession as a profession. But I felt that I was just sloganizing and just meeting people. So I decided to return to academia, and I felt at that point in my life, academia was frankly boring, because we only had to do one project at a time. And when you do one thing at a time, to somebody like me, I wouldn't handle it. I need to do many things at the same time to enjoy it. So I'm not a linear type of person. So I like to do multitasking things. So I returned to academia, and I did my master's in RFID, radio frequency identification, which is what you now call the Internet of Things. So, I've been quite an early adopter of technology, and I love technology. More than that, I like writing about technology, and I like explaining technology. So RFID was used in the dairy industry and the sugar industry for automating warehouse systems. I then was invited to join the CCC, and it was here that I discovered the amazing, scary power of the legal fraternity. And that power bothers me to this day, that a profession can have so much of influence on something that's, frankly, sometimes they don't even understand. And I also discovered my lack of skills in the communication sector when I thought I was really good at everything that I did. And the other thing that scared me about my time at the CCC was the great joy and that community radio stations started, but the challenges that they endured through lack of governance skills and lack of organizational skills and lack of technical skills to run that. And that was a very, very humbling experience to balance the inordinate power of the legal fraternity with community stations trying to do something, trying to do the right thing and struggling. Then the IEC commissioned me to do some research on electronic voting. I didn't know anything about it at that time. So I did it, and I really enjoyed it, and I presented my findings to Parliament and all Chapter 9 institutions at a special event that the IEC called in Cape Town. And then I discovered that I actually knew something that was relevant. And I consulted to the UNDP and to many countries on the continent. I'm not allowed to name those countries because of the NDAs. But this has elevated me into an international authority on the subject of electronic voting and technology in elections. at the current part of my life, I believe in data-driven models and data-driven analytics, and I'm really, really excited by the notion of data science at this time in my life. I thank you.
Prof. Takur, I'll now invite members to interact in the following order, just for us to be able to manage our interaction. I see Honorable Tembu, Honorable Mathone wants to come earlier this time. Honorable Tembu, Honorable Mathone will then be followed by Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kumbu to be followed by Honorable Machozi, Honorable Tambo, and we'll have the Honorable Lala as the last. Honorable Mtembu, are you now connected?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
Professor, I just have 2 questions. My first question is that why do you want to be part of the ICASA Council? Second one, what is your plan to make sure that people who are living in rural areas are getting a quality of services? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mtembu. I'm 59 years old at this stage of my life. I turned 60 in exactly 1 month, on the 1st of November. And, you know, in your life, as you go through, you constantly reflect and reevaluate what you do, what your roles are, and what is it that you can contribute. I'm very comfortable where I am, to be honest. You know, I have masters and PhD students. I write papers. I'm reasonably respected at where I am. But being comfortable is not what I'm about. I like being uncomfortable. I like you know, challenging myself. So what it is that I would like to you know, to do at ICASA, I think that my issue is that, you know, I keep saying that my concern is that communication has been lawyered, and I feel that the telcos have been doing something that I call obfuscation. They have been obfuscating the billing of the people. Try to compare 2 products from the same company. You can't compare it. Try comparing products from different companies. So this actually created a secondary market where people are creating software to analyze packages so that people can make sense of it. So I think that ICASA has a role and responsibility to start demystifying packages, demystifying things. We talk about data must fall. Data is going to fall due to the spectrum dividend. But what about data must stay? I mean, how is it that I pay for my package of data and then the data runs out? You know, we need to start writing about these things. This notion of burner phones and burner SIM cards, I think it's a national security risk. It's just my view. And it's something that we need to study and engage and look at the rest of the world. The Western world has amazing technology to find people that commit crime and track and trace crime. Our technological abilities are not at that level. So burner phones increase our risk, in my humble view. I don't know, you know, so, and the interconnect rate, to my view, was, oh goodness, it really, really rankles me up to this day. I think that the people have started using ICR as a secondary income source. And that is why you found that the telcos started increasing their network, not because they needed to increase the network, but because they wanted to keep the ICR for themselves. And that, to me, was not the purpose. Of course, our downstream benefit was that those networks got larger. So I think that we need to firstly evangelize what's happening in the world and in other similar authorities, see what they are doing, and write about it so that we can maybe push our telcos to do that. With regards to rural access, I always, you know, make the point that our penetration rate is about 95%, and there is a requirement that the telcos must increase footprint. I think that is where compliance and monitoring must happen. Much more. VSAT satellites should be deployed where there's a clear lack of grid access, and also coupled with this notion of rural access is this whole thing about this one here, that this is the gateway to the world, but it requires skills. And in the Western world, people are third and fourth generation technology users. In our place, we're a mobile only generation. So I think that not only do we need to give access, but we also need to give education to leverage and use that access. No point having data and bandwidth without the requisite skills to use that one. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Ntembo. Honourable Mazone.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Prof. Here's a perfect example for you of what ICASA will be dealing with. You are being interviewed by members of Parliament who cannot turn on their videos because broadband and the broadband capacity is so bad that for you to hear our questions properly, we keep our videos off. Mm-hmm. You're obviously highly educated and your academic qualifications speak for themselves, but you will be dealing with issues which I'm very glad to hear that you say you don't like to be in a comfort zone, because I can guarantee you that ICASA will cause you to be in a very uncomfortable zone quite often. One of the issues you'll have to deal with is being involved in a grossly underfunded organization or entity, given the size and scope of responsibility. And I think you'll find that some of the litigation is caused by the fact that ICASA is so underfunded in terms of how they execute their duties. Another thing you'll have to be dealing with is the South African public and the outroar that is now starting to come to light regarding the SABC and the lack of funds that the SABC has. And the fact that the SABC is now outsourcing its channels to MultiChoice to make sure that certain things can be broadcast to the general public. Now, while other private entities have a choice of whether they open or close their doors, the SABC is constitutionally mandated to broadcast to the public. So they have no option but to stay open. With your academic knowledge and the obvious skills that you have and the passion that I've seen you show today, my question is twofold. One, how will you tackle the underfunding of ICASA, and how will you approach that? And probably most importantly, how will you and ICASA try and assist the SABC in its financial distress that it finds itself in? All of this with not asking the government for a bailout, because we know that the cost of living is spiraling out of control and the money is simply finished. So that would be a two-part question to you. Using your academic knowledge, how would you apply it to the financial constraints you'll find yourself in? Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to tackle your first question, but I'm going to start with your remark on on this notion of Zoom. There's a term for it now. We call it Zetiquette. Zetiquette is a term where people learn how to use video conferencing, and Zetiquette speak about Zoom etiquette. Of course, we call it etiquette because of Teams, but Zoom being the new kid on the block, and it sounded better, so people do that. And my issue about things like that is that you don't know what you don't know, and it's as simple as that. So showing people things and demonstrating people and educating people as they use it more and more, one trick at a time, one lesson at a time, one new feature at a time, you can evolve. And they say a rising tide lifts all ships. So you just got to do it a little bit at a time and keep chipping away at the skills level and the maturity of people. People are already on Zoom. People are getting comfortable on it. People want to be more comfortable on it. So there's a willing learner and there's a if you have people that can do it empathetically and fairly quickly without wasting time, I call it micro lessons. One little thing per day or per session. Before you start your session like this one, have your technical people show you just one trick, or evolve and watch what happened during the 3-hour session and find 2 things that went wrong and say, this is what you could have done to mitigate that one. So let me stop on that one. And then there's this notion of underfunding. Of course, we have no money. Even if we did have money, the money has to be repurposed. We have so many competing and colluding priorities that eat away whatever money we find. But given that, ICASA still has a regulation, has a obligation to firstly monitor compliance of the regulation, and of course provide access and equity and handle all the challenges that come with it. Now, my view on these types of things is that I work at a university, and now everyone says we're the top 5 in the country, but when I started, we had 0.5 units of journal output per year, and now we're sitting at about 300. So there are ways. They are the World Bank, World Economic Forum. There are lots of agencies out there who have funds which can be deployed for specific purposes, the GZ from Germany, for instance. And so what we need to do is to write down all the things that we need to do. And I know it'll be many, it'll be a huge shopping basket. And then start saying, this is the organization that can support us, and start writing proposals. I think that as a person, as a counselor, or whether I'm there or not, it doesn't matter. The point is that you can partner with academics and academic institutions to help you to write these proposals, so you don't get overworked, and you can do this, and then the outcome becomes your input in moving forward. So I hope that type of thing can support you. And again, the SABC, similar situation. SABC is one instance of another instance or where funding is possible. Training and education can be found for the people within the organization. There are many agencies in the world that can fund the SABC, but the SABC itself must also understand that the notion of being a radio broadcasting journalist in a multi-channel environment, they need to really start bringing in people with the skills that will allow them to start using the app that they've deployed on the internet and start pushing more products through the internet rather than through the traditional channels. I hope I've answered your question, ma'am, honorable member.
Indeed, thank you very much.
As I said, I'm going to start now.
Thank you, Chair. And good day, Prof.
Good day, honorable member.
Prof, I've listened to your short presentation, and I can see that you are quite experienced in the ICT sector. Now, I want you to talk more about your experience in the sector, and how your experience and knowledge will assist the regulator. Secondly, my second question will be, if you can just demonstrate to me as to how the independence of ICASA influenced the delivery of its mandate. Those are my 2 questions. If you can just respond to those 2 questions, then I'll be fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so experience within the sector, I think, as I mentioned to you, I'm quite a happy, busy digital activist. I use a lot of my time to try to support people on all things technological. An example would be the example that I use often with a great deal of sadness is that I always tell people that when you buy a bottle of alcohol and you look at the bottle, you will see it says there, warning, alcohol will damage your health. You pick up a packet of cigarette and you look at it and it says cigarettes is deleterious to your lungs. You pick up, you surf on the net and you look at things. There is no warning on the device. Firstly, in terms of one word, ergonomics. A cell phone is not designed to be used for the hours that we use it. You use your fingers, you use your thumbs, and you're using that. It's an unnatural movement for anybody. That causes economic health-related issues. We call it, we've got a word for it now. We call it smartphone pinky, for instance. When your thumb hurts because you're overdoing that. So I've come up myself with a training program, and of course, I think something like ICASA will help me to, for the want of a better word, aggregate the work that I'm doing. I've reached about 20,000 people. Just this morning, I was working with 50 people from the financial sector, where I created this course called Netiquette, the ethics of using the internet. Again, building this intuition in South Africa that we think that we have. We don't have it. And then I spoke to the honorable member now about Zetiquette, the internet of using, Zoom conferences. And there's another one which I call Metiquette, using these things, right? So I put these three things together, and I've done it on my own to educate people. And I think that type of thing, I don't think councils should only sit and monitor the industry. We should actually, roll up our sleeves and go out and do lessons for organizations and go out to the community areas and help to deliver. Because if you're giving people access, it must come with the skills. If you give somebody the technology, you've sorted out the device divide. Now that spectrum is here, we sorted out the data divide. So what about the skills divide? So I think skills is an important one. And I have to say that, and I say this with no malice whatsoever, I have to say that I don't see ICASA in pronouncing on things that happen in other countries and say, this is a really good example of something that's going on so that we could implement it in this country. We must remember that our telcos are going to do exactly what they want to do and only what they want to do because that's income generating. But if you look at the finance sector as an example, today's innovation is tomorrow's standard feature. So what we need to do is to start evangelizing the innovation and embarrass the telcos into fast tracking these innovations and deliver them into the country. I hope I've answered that question. Honorable member. With regard to the independence of ICASA, I think ICASA is independent, and my personal view it is. I mean, I haven't seen anything to advise me to inform me or convince me in any other direction, and it has, as I said, been bootstrapped and constrained by being over-lawyered, and communication has become lawyered in my sad view. And I've seen that firsthand at the CCC. So we have ICASA being independent, but ICASA must demonstrate its independence and willingness to contribute to uplifting and evangelizing new technologies in the sector more to show that it is not only independent, but also an active creator. Independence is a good thing, but being loud and being proud is a better thing as well. Both will be the best. Thank you, honorable member. I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbo, and I'll recognize Honorable Machozi. Are you able to ask me?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon.
Mine would be, I saw that on your CV, you've got also your strategic projects, and you've also spoken of your background on legal. And just now, when you were presenting, you were speaking of maybe not mainly focusing on data must fall, but
in your own analysis on ICASA, let's say you are appointed as an ICASA Council, what ICASA can invent or come up with their own way of doing things? What do you think can prosper in South Africa in terms of ICASA and the legislations, and also on your legal background in terms of the litigations that are there on ICASA and they're spending more money on it? What do you think can what strategic ways can we use to make sure that we limit the litigations, but also in consideration of inventing ideas and coming up with our own way of legislation and make South Africa better for all of us? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Fantastic question. Let me say before I say before I answer your question. As I said, this is a conversation, and I am able and willing, regardless of what happens at the end of today, to continue this conversation. In terms of this, I am a solutions person. I don't look at lack of funding as a problem. I look at it as a challenge. And I've always been wired that way in terms of everything that I've done in my life. And I have, let me move backwards in terms of your question. So you spoke about, for instance, the high costs of legislation. Now, let me be very clear. I am not a legal expert. I'm entitled to my opinion about lawyers, but I don't have any legal background. I do read a lot about it, and I have to say, reading legal documents is not easy, and so it shouldn't be. But my 2 points that I want to make is the following, and this is just based on me thinking about this, since I received this telephone call 2 days ago, that I was going to be. So in 2 days, I thought of these two ideas. The one is, I noticed that even from the CCC, when the law is promulgated, and then you get these high paid lawyers who are brilliant, I must say. I mean, they're really amazing. Why don't we have moot courts? Why don't we have moot courts when we come up with a legislation to test the feasibility of the legislations? You could have your legal professors from the university, a junior, senior counsel taking part in this, where moot courts can test the range and efficacy of the law in terms of how it fits into the current legislation. And moot court would be a good way to support us, to enable us to make the legislation a little bit stronger. It's just an idea. I'm not saying that it should be done. The second one is, I looked at this issue of communication becoming so lawyered, and I reflect on my own example where I've done work for government. And the really neat thing about the work that we as academics have done for government, and I hope it's done more frequently, is that government has a scale that it publishes and says, these are what you will get depending on your level. I find it unusual that a person with a PhD and 100 papers and writing 110 papers for the media, etc., earns probably 1/25th or 100th in a day that a lawyer will get. I'm not arguing for the amount to be increased. I'm actually arguing for the amount to be decreased. So my suggestion is that we should cap the prices and say that when you procure or offer this service to ICASA, I know it's going to make a lot of noise, and I know it's going to be a controversial thing to do, but if you don't ask the question and if you don't test the waters, you're not going to have, we need to start cutting down on costs, and we need to pay people less for the services that we procure, and we can get the services. There are people that have a struggle mentality that will do things for social good as opposed just only for money. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure if I missed anything out.
Thank you, Honorable Matrosi. I will then take the next member. I recognize to engage.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the Prof. I just have one question with regards to access to high-speed internet. Look, it's a big concern in South Africa. Millions of South Africans don't have access to high-speed internet. The auctioning of spectrum hasn't been able to effectively resolve this crisis. There's a big debate, big in certain sectors and circles in the ICT space in South Africa and the broadband space around whether Starlink, the Elon Musk-owned company, should be providing its services to South Africa. And one of the hindrances in terms of regulation has been, of course, the fact that South African government is asking for them to ensure that they have 30% local ownership by previously disadvantaged individuals in the country, something that they've not been able to comply to. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you think this could be balanced or resolved, because the need for high-speed internet is crucial, is as crucial as human rights, many might argue, for South African people in terms of communication. So what do you think would be the solution, in your personal opinion? Do we undercut the need for redress in terms of ownership of telecommunication services or broadband or internet services? Do we, in order for us to allow Starlink to operate in South Africa, or do we find an alternative, as many have suggested, such as Starlink setting up a subsidiary in South Africa that could be locally owned at the 30% level? So how would you balance out those needs and requirements to ensure that we, of course, address historical disadvantages in terms of ownership at corporate levels, but also ensure that our people get the services that they so desperately need? Thank you.
Okay, I love this question. And of course, as you know, they say that the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions. So when you say, well, Starlink is there, and Elon Musk has a habit of A, getting things done, and B, rubbing people the wrong way, that doesn't make it right. The end does not justify the means. We have in the past always tried to say, well, let's get everybody access, and access is good, and therefore, we should allow overseas companies to come here and work. So let me give you this example of this notion of free. Your Facebook and your Instagram and your Twitter and so on and so on. When something is free, you are the product. So we get a free login, and when you type in your username and ID and stuff like that, it asks you for your contact list, and it asks you if it can access your photographs and your gallery. And if you say no, that's it. It stops there. So it is an uneven relationship. They are monetizing your usage. They are monitoring and micro-profiling everything that you do in exchange for you thinking and being grateful for the privilege of being able to contact with your family through Facebook and through Instagram, etc. It's a very, very uneven relationship. And I want to advance this notion of digital sovereignty. The short term may be that our people may not get faster access than they want. But I am worried that we keep going down and giving overseas companies the right to go and do these things here. Why can we not start our own satellite service providing? Why can we not go to the World Bank and get funding, or go to the World Economic Forum and say, look, we have a law in this country. We have digital sovereignty. We want to own our own data, and we want to service our citizens. Why must we export money to Starlink and to right now? I mean, how much Facebook has about 7 people in the country. Google probably has less than 20. Look at the amount of money we are exporting to them in exchange for what? They know everything about us. Our own government doesn't know as much as these people know about us. So I am emphatically in the line of saying no. BBBEE for all its challenges that it comes with. Let's fix it. Let's work with it. But let's not allow anybody to take away to provide free or low cost access. It's our people. It should be our links. My apologies for that.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. I recognize Honorable Njala.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good evening to the Prof. I think Prof, you raised one issue that I'm very much interested in, the critique that you made around ICASA not being able to promote a sort of skills development in terms of their work. But I would like you to go and please don't be afraid. Go beyond that cricket. What are the things that you think really need to change at ICASA now? If you can just identify two, because that's also empowering to us so that we know what are the other shortfalls. Okay. The second issue is it's around the issue of universal services and access, which is a government policy, but it remains at the paper level. The access that we talk about as policy at the implementation level, it's worrisome. Combine those skills with access, and so we can be innovative. What would be your proposals in terms of how best can we regulate in such a way that people have both skills and access, particularly in rural areas? If you can speak to that, and maybe the last issue for me would be the current evolving landscape is such that there's few dominant players in the ICT sector, not even to mention the internet, those international big companies. Just locally here, we are dominated by few companies, and we are unable to infiltrate the market from SMEs position, from locally innovative programs. How then can you help us interface that monopoly? Because for as long as we have these big players, they will absorb anyone who is emerging, and maybe to use the stolen weight capture. So how do we ensure that indeed our people are moving out of this poverty using these ICT development programs? Thanks, Chair.
All right. I hope I captured your questions. So your first question relates to critiquing ICASA. I think it's our ICASA, right? So it's not me standing on a soapbox and criticizing it for any reason. I do have a suggestion that I wanted to make for ICASA. I don't know whether to do it now or later, but, because it does go to speak to skill development, and I think let me do this. I was going to say this as my closing remark, but because I really wanted to capture this. So I mentioned that I'm a solutions kind of person. I know and working in funding or non-funding, it doesn't scare me in any way whatsoever. And I mentioned the point about today's innovation is tomorrow's standard feature. So we all spoke happily about this spectral dividend, and we said we're going to create all of these, what did we get? 14 billion, which is a fair amount of money, but in the context of our bigger challenges, it's not nearly enough. So what we need wealth creation, but actually even more than that. I struggled with this thing for 2 whole days, thinking about how am I going to tell you this, and I'll tell you what we need. We need labor creation. So it almost sounds contradictory that I'm talking about skills and I'm saying we need labor creation in an ICT world. But let me give you an example. India grew its ICT skills on the back of the call center. South Africa joined the call center market a little bit late, but it's still a huge player in the country. Imagine if we had joined the call center market earlier, we would have created much more employment. So imagine if somebody in the sector could create X 10,000, 20,000, 40,000 jobs of a particular type. Can we not, through the Treasury and through SARS, incentivize the sector to look at these labor-intensive works and offer them some kind of rebate on the other? So we can help them with the skills. The universities can get together, the CETAs can get together, and create these skills as on the supply side, so that they can, on the demand side, pick up these people. we've been talking for a very long time about this demographic youth dividend that we have. And we all know that this demographic dividend is going to morph at some point into a ticking time bomb. And we all talk about it and nothing happens. So again, solutions mode. Let me give you a practical example. Kenya has 17.9 million internet users. We have about 44 million internet users. Did you know that Kenya has a contract from Facebook for content moderation? Now, there's a massive job if ever you're looking for one, because Facebook has billions of people posting every day. So they have tens of thousands of people sitting in this farm doing manual content moderation. So there's an AI-driven software that does it, and then it's sent up or pushed up to a human when it cannot do anymore. So the question is, how come Kenya, being 1/3 our size in terms of number of users, gets a contract for the Facebook moderation and we don't get it? Why aren't we lobbying for this work? Why haven't somebody seen this? Why hasn't somebody at MTN or Welcome or somebody in the telco land, I'm not picking them for any particular reason, but why hasn't somebody in our landscape not seen that these types of opportunities are there at a mass level? Now with ChatGPT and the large language models and all of those Gen AI things that we're talking about, we're going to need tens of thousands of moderators. Why don't we start preparing the people and create that skill in anticipation of the need, rather than wait for AI to hit us and then we're going to say, well, there's more job losses. We're not curve watching. We're not looking at the top point there to say, what can we do at that particular part of the curve level? So I think that also answers your second question in terms of, the youth dividend and universal access, because if we give our youth are already savvy, they're already mobile savvy, but they need some content skills, moderation skills. And I think that we can do it at a scale that's possible. It will require a combined effort between ICASA and the universities and the CETAs, but to my mind, the skills are there. Honorable Member, I don't know if I've answered all your questions. What is the other one that you asked me? I must apologize. You spoke about dominant players.
Yes.
Okay, so I am really concerned about this notion of dominant players, and I think that somewhere along the line we need to have Lekatlo on this notion of digital sovereignty. I don't know if you know this, but many banks are now starting to bring the data centers back into South Africa, because the FICA rule says that the data of an individual must stay in the country so that the laws applicable to the security of the data can be auctioned. So the large banks in this country they used to have data centers in other parts of Africa and with Amazon and with Google. They're now bringing them back into the country, which is creating a lot of work, which is wonderful. So now that the data is now country, we need to start saying, well, our companies can start becoming as large as these cloud servers like Amazon. I mean, cloud service was a small business for Amazon on the side, and it became a business unit on its own. So now that the data centers are coming into our country because of digital sovereignty, I think that we need to start lobbying with that, and we need to start looking at the big companies. I don't know the answer yet, but we need to start having this conversation on how do we monetize our relationship with Facebook, with Google, and all of these people. How do we get it? At least with the hardware, with Microsoft and with software, there is something that we get out of it. Even if it's just the levy and the VAT, we get nothing out of these other big companies. So I'm really concerned about the role the big tech is playing in exploiting our nation. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Honorable Lala, for questions. Like I said, I would only ask if the need arises. But I just wanted for you to really speak to this part of the funding, because every time you spoke about funding, your reference is to global bodies, the World Bank, MEF, or UN, that's good. And I'm saying you said it both in terms of the regulator as well as the national broadcaster. There's speak. And how do you then balance, because the influence of those that fund you can also be tantamount to either regulatory capture or the capture of the broadcaster itself. If ICASA was to make such considerations, how do you mitigate on that? So that will be one question that I thought you should probably clarify yourself more there. The other would relate again to transformation question. The SMM is Honorable Milala referred to that. Honorable Tambo spoke to BEE and so on. What would you say would be a better proposal or solution? Like you said, you are solution oriented. That at one point we thought one would be an opportunity for the previously disadvantaged to come on board and transform it. And that could have not been taken forward as we speak. So you still have the old big players on board. What would you suggest in that regard to still keep the transformation agenda on the table that brings previous disadvantage on board? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to answer your last remark first on one, because it was something that you know where we need to look at access as an opportunity, and also access as something that will create synergy between us and the nation. It mustn't be looked as a handout, and it must not be handled empathetically, and it's a right, it's not a privilege. But we back, I was sitting with CEO of PRASA just before he became the CEO about 5 or 6 years ago, Lucky Montana, and I had about just about 10 days of meetings with him, creating corridors. We evolved this notion of corridors of learning, because we told ourselves that the Transnet network has electricity running throughout the entire nation. We have settlements, formal and informal, on either side of these electrified transport lines, and there was no benefit, no seeming benefit to the communities, whether they were privileged or living in formal or informal settlement. And we said that it was so easy to set internet cables through these passages, and then drop the internet on either side of these lines, which will create a sense of ownership between the people, because if the electricity is running, then the internet is working, and if the internet is working, you will have data, and the community will have data, and it'll create a wonderful national corridor of learning. And so that is a kind of, like, large scale thinking out of the box kind of thing that we have come up with regards to WAN. And over time, I've been going through people like when the square kilometer array project came up, and said, well, we got all this massive bandwidth sitting in the Northern Cape. What about having that corridor of learning there? So instead of saying WAN is not working in South Africa, can we not pick places? Let's look at the grid and see where is this 5 or 6% that's offline, and who are the big players there, and how can we get them as part of the CSI to do this? I know, Chair, you were concerned about, be careful about the hand that reaches out to you, because you don't know what terms and conditions come with that hand. I see the challenges we're having, for instance, with the green economy funding. But I do know that when you write these proposals, and you can pick and choose the places that you apply to, and you can write the proposal in a way that protects the rights of the country. And of course, even then, the thing that we do, we can reserve the right to not deploy it if it turns out that we find something that will either discriminate against anybody in any shape or form. So I think, Chair, that would be my my take. Looking at funding, I know agencies, especially the authorities, being government authorities, are nervous they want to stay on this, this straight and narrow path of not becoming involved in things that could be considered trying to lobby people, and they have the possibility of, in lobbying, you may make a promise that you can't keep, which can compromise ICASA. But I think that until we explore it, we owe it to ourselves to explore it. And I mean, the universities are doing it, CSIR is doing it. So, why shouldn't ICASA do it? I say we should do it.
Well, thank you, Prof. Like I said, I would give you 2 minutes to speak to the committee. Over to you.
Chair, I don't have anything to say. I think I've kind of said everything that I want to say, through there. I don't want to belabor and waste your time. I do want to say this. Thank you for the honor and the privilege. Thank you for the questions. They were insightful. I'm sure I'm going to think of many, many other things that I wish I had said to you, but I'm not going to waste your time anymore. And I just say thank you so much for the honor. Thank you for the privilege. And I wish each and every one of you a good evening.
Well, thank you, Prof. We've come to the end, but as we do that, just to clarify the point, that I think from a committee point of view, you would know that these are open to the public, so you'll be able to follow every step of what the subcommittee does until a recommendation is presented to the House. And of course, as it relates to the administrative side of things, you would have worked with the committee support if there are any administrative related matters, and you are free to interact as you would have been interacting with them in preparation for this interaction we have. And surely, as we wrap up, the objective set, which I outlined earlier, which is a conversation where you also learn from the questions asked by members and us as the members, learning from the responses in a way that helps us to continue this conversation even outside of this short interaction we've had with you. And in that way, strengthen also our oversight work at the committee level. So really, thank you for raising your hand and say I'm available to interact with the committee. We thank you for that.
Okay.
Of course, we'll be getting to another candidate that Mr. Bomo would bring on as we allow you to leave the platform.
Okay, thank you. I will leave it. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
I'm just it's to get through to him. He is ready and thank you, Chair.
Probably my side, I couldn't hear you. Mr. Ngoma?
Can I check if you are able to hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
All right. Yes, Chair. I was saying I was trying to get Mr. Ramos on the line. My apologies, Chairperson and members. I'm trying to get Mr. Mutibi to call. I have him on the line, so just give me a few minutes, Chairperson, to get him to connect.
Okay, thank you.
Chairperson, Mr. Mutibi Ramosi is on the platform. Thank you very much.
May I just check if Mr. Ramosi is able to hear now?
Good afternoon, Chair and members. That's me, Mutibi Ramosi.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Okay, well, welcome, Mr. Ramosi. This is the subcommittee created by the Committee of the National Assembly on Communications and Digital Technologies, in line with the rules of the National Assembly. We are focusing on the appointment process for ICASA, for which we have been shortlisted. Of course, the committee is constituted in terms of the multi-party system. So, got different parties in the subcommittee, a committee of 7, and almost all members have been on the platform to proceed with the interviews. But of course, we don't call it the interview, but more a conversation we're having with you in a way that you can learn from the questions that members may pose, as well as us learning from the responses from yourself in a way that helps us as the committee beyond this interaction we have. Of course, having said so, I would just dispense with the formalities in terms of the outline of this conversation we're going to have through. The first would be a brief introduction of members that we have on the platform from different parties. From there, would then come back to you and give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, including a brief reflection on your skills, experiences, and how that would be ICASA if you were to consider. Thereafter, I will then go back to members who I will call, and from there, it's 5 minutes per member. That 5 minutes is both the questions asked by the member and the responses that you give. Once members are done, if there's any matter that one would need to take up, we'll do so. Otherwise, I do not ask the questions. I'm just facilitating the discussion. So if I do ask, it will be because I want clarity on what has been raised already. Thereafter, I will give you 2 minutes to make your concluding points and use that to send a matter you want to raise with members regarding the process. And thereafter, we'll then wrap up the conversation. I hope that's quite clearer to you.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, thank you very much.
All right, so if that's clear, let me then at least start with myself. And once I do so, then give the African National Congress to conclude, including introducing its members, and then after other members then come in. Boyce Maneli, I'm the chair of the committee, but also the chair of the subcommittee as we proceed from the African National Congress.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Ramosi. My name is Lisiba Mulala. I'm a member of this committee, and I'm from the African National Congress. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alice Mthembu, a member of a committee and also a member of this subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon to Mr. Ramosi. My name is Gumbu Thomas, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Natasha Mazzoni. I'm a member of this committee. I'm the DA Shadow Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, and you are most welcome to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Nambo. I'm a member of the committee and the subcommittee. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Majozi, a member of the subcommittee and a committee of communications, also representing ICASA Freedom Party.
Thank you, honorable members. I now come back to you, Mr. Ramosi, to do that 5 minutes briefing for members.
Thank you very much. Okay. No, good afternoon once more, Chairperson and members. Thank you very much. Just by way of introducing myself again, it's Mochibi Glenview Ramosi. By profession, I'm a qualified electronic systems engineer since 1992. In terms of my work experience, I have had a stint in systems integration during the development and build of the IEC infrastructure in 1994. I played a meaningful role in the radio frequency planning of that infrastructure. That led as well to the Vodacom infrastructure build. I was part of the team that put together the radio planning, use of spectrum, the whole optimizing of the network, and follow through with Telkom. We built some rural infrastructure based on my background. I mean, I grew up in a village in Butokwa in Limpopo. So one had a very meaningful contribution during the time of bringing rural communities into the mainstream. As you will recall, Chair and members, that in 1994-95, most of the rural communities were not part of the bigger scheme in telecommunication, broadcasting, including postal. Then follow through, I had an opportunity as well in the policy formulation for both telecommunication, broadcasting, postal, and the satellite. And this was based on my professional background as a systems engineer, because what we found when I was still early age into the space, you know, when lawyers write rules, sometimes some of the rules are not implementable. So one of the contribution was to make sure that when we have policy formulation, at least you do have prescripts that are easily implementable. And that's the role that I played. Follow through, it was more now on the regulatory reform, having taken note that we now have policy formulations, that we needed institutions that could implement these particular policies. I was part of the team that established the IBA, followed through SATRA, and later merging of the two, which gave birth to ICASA. And at a later stage in my life within the profession, I was seconded when I was working for the CSIR to the Department of Trade and Industry, where I project managed the resuscitation of the Space Council, which to a large extent then gave birth to the South African Space Agency, which is called SANZA. And follow through that, Chair, with my current exposure in the lottery sector, I've been involved in regulatory matters with the World Lottery Association. So it's more of a very well-vested experience when it comes to lottery, telecommunication, broadcasting, and postal reform processes. So that's basically my role. And now looking at the ICASA opportunity, prior to 1994, as we all know that there were very few players in the telecommunication and postal sector and broadcasting. At the time of Telkom and Centec, there was a need as part of liberalizing this industry to make sure that we bring competition, we find ways of reducing cost to communicate. I was involved at a process where we merged the old Transtel, which was a telecommunication unit of Transnet, with Ezitel from Eskom to form the second network operator, which later called Neotel. It's called Liquid today. And I've indicated that part of the merger and acquisition and establishment, the National Space Agency. So the experience that one has, it's when you talk of integration of institutions of government. I have that experience, and being one of the people that participated in some of those business modeling, and more especially, not forgetting that in all this initiative, consultation needs to happen. So in conclusion, part of my strategic initiatives and project, I was part of the team as well that gave birth to the whole telecommunication, broadcasting and postal reform through some of the community-based organization, African Telecommunication Forum, which later changed into the South African Communication Forum. And one big experience which I'm bringing into this discussion, Chair and members, I project managed in partnership with my colleagues at SATRA, where post-1994 in this country, we never had a well-organized frequency band plan. As part of the post-democracy process, we now have a well-aligned frequency band plan, which made it possible, especially for the regulator at the time, to make sure that we introduce competition from two-way radio all the way to satellite providers. And I think this is one of the biggest project and achievement as a professional that one was involved. And this was part of opening up the sector, as I've indicated earlier, because Telkom and Centec at the time were the only two that were providing spectrum planning for both broadcasting and telecoms. And because you can't be a referee and a player, by instituting an independent regulator like ICASA, having meshed IPA and SATRA, it actually made life easy for us to make sure that we've got a well-oiled regulator. Now, part of this, what I've just shared with you, Chair and members, there was a lot of consultation because one had to make sure that we do consumer protection, because one always talk technology, but you need to make sure that you need to bring communities in what you do. And I'm glad that as part of our experience and partnership with communities, we then identified some of the policies that required a change, because as we know, the world is moving. Having been part of the ITU, participated, having put together the band plan, it was time for the country around 2018 to 2016 to make sure that we come up with a national integrated ICT policy. I was appointed as one of the expert members into the panel to make sure that when we talk about the digital future world, at least from a policy point of view, from a regulatory point of view, we've got institutions that are ready to can implement a digitally transformed country. So as it stands right now, I am quite confident that the experience that I've acquired in relation to putting together a framework on how to bring other institutions into the future digitized economy, I think that's the experience that I'm bringing into the table. And as I've said, having participated in measures, this is the contribution, Chair and members, that I have. In a nutshell, Chair, this is how I can round up my participation in the ICT sector and postal and space in the past 20 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, that's the brief introduction. As I call members, let's just remember it's 5 minutes. So mostly for both questions and responses to the members. I will now call members in the order as follows: Honorable Mthembu, the one followed by Honorable Mazone, Honorable Gumbu. We'll have Honorable Machozi, Honorable Tambo, and Honorable Mlala. Honorable Mthembu, if you've got questions to ask.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Ramosi, once again. Mr. Ramosi, I'm happy with your experience. I'm impressed. But I just want to find out from you, what is your turnaround strategy to deal with ICASA underfunding? As we know that sometimes ICASA struggled with the issue of funds. I know that you even said in 1994 you brought the rural community into the mainstream. That is also impressive. And I don't have many questions, only that one. Thank you so much.
Sorry,
Chair,
Mr.
do I
Ramosi.
respond now?
You respond, sorry, I forgot to clarify this, that I do not get in between your conversation so that there's a flow. So once the member would have asked the questions, and then you can come in and respond without me getting in between. I will only direct you to the next member. Thank you, can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, member. Yeah, on that one, the turnaround, Chair and members, currently, if you look at the ICASA model in terms of funding, there's an opportunity to engage Treasury to bring in the Minister of Communication as well, and to make sure that from a tripartite, we're able to identify programs that requires funding for the ICASA, because as it stands right now, there are limitations in terms of the PFMA. So the immediate interventions that one would actually look into is to engage Treasury from that point of PFMA amendments and see if we cannot, through some of the prescripts, come up with a ring-fenced funding where we take part of the license fees, and then that can be augmented by what Treasury allocates, obviously being supported by the committee itself. I believe, again, that now that we've got BRICS within our offshore, I mean, this is an opportunity to see how we can take advantage of member states in the BRICS. So I would put that to you, Chair and members, that this is one of the quickest turnaround that I would engage with my colleagues at ICASA. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mtembu. I now recognize Honorable Mazone. Honorable Mazone.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, sir. It's very good to have you on our committee with us today. I too am impressed with your qualifications, and I thought that your opening statement was very clear with your understanding and your intentions. I would like to ask you, though, however, given the financial constraints that ICASA finds itself in, how would you foresee yourself adding benefit in terms of the financial constraints that ICASA faces due to a lack of funding? And more especially, given the dire straits that the SABC now finds itself in, which is obviously public knowledge. We know about the problems that the SABC is facing. How would you intend, if you were successful and became a member of the ICASA board, how would you see your role in terms of turning around the financial situation at ICASA? In other words, making a success of what you have with very little, and also how would you see a funding model being drafted for the SABC to make it reach its constitutional mandate, which is to broadcast and be the national broadcaster, and all of this without asking the state for a bailout, because we know that there is no money left, and that money which is left must be pumped into ensuring that South Africans receive a better quality of life. And obviously, we keep the cost of living as low as possible. So without asking for bailouts, how would you foresee yourself looking at financial projections at ICASA, and most definitely with ICASA ICASA assisting the SABC. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, member. Through you, Chair. Yeah, I think going back to what I said earlier on in terms of partnership between Treasury and ICASA, inclusive of the Minister of Communication. At the instance, if you look at the type of partnership that will be required, I've gone through the annual plan of ICASA and I've realized that there's an opportunity, especially from some of the operational costs, that when you bring in third parties, for example, dealing with type approval, areas where you're doing monitoring, especially now that you've got spectrum that has been, assigned to all the operators, I see that there's quite a big chunk where we could have an opportunity of having a partnership with those third parties where they could be doing some work for us, but obviously in a form of a partnership. So from an expenditure point of view, I think we've got an opportunity to can reduce those costs. That's one. But as I've said, again, South Africa, because we are now part of the global world, there are other mechanisms I think that we need to start looking at ICASA. Because if you look at the salary bill and many other operational things that we might be having in provincial offices, it's more about the model. Because in my earlier intervention, I spoke about the future, it's about the digital economy. Now, we have to redesign our operational model because we might still be fixated on an operational model that is still talking about ICASA of the past. And some of the wastage in terms of our expenditure, it's something that can be realized in future. So for me, it will be let's review our operational model, and anything that we believe it's still a problem, we can then put that aside. With the SABC, without dictating how they should operate, I think there are a number of nice, innovative ways. I mean, the introduction of DTT, it gives SABC a very important role where now, with all these new channels, you can onboard content developers. It's happening in the world of ICT today. I mean, if you've got data centers, you onboard people to come into an environment and they pay you for rental. So I see a model where the SABC has got an opportunity that from a marketing point of view, from advertising, open up those channels, then you bring content developers, you onboard them. That's one way of generating new money. But at the same time, I think the operational model, based on how broadcasting has now found itself to be, it's time now to revise that model and become a broadcaster of the future, but being of today. So for me, it's more about looking at the model and re-engineering the way that they're doing things. And I believe this is one way of trying to minimize bailout from government. But as I said, as a regulator, without being prescriptive, this is what contribution as an independent authority I can share with the SABC. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Masone. Now, Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kumbu.
Thank you, Chair. And once more, good afternoon, Mr. Musi. Mr. Musi, if you can just indicate to me as to how your experience in your previous and your current employment will assist as to how it will assist in the regulatory environment in the nutshell. And my second one, Mr. Musi, if you are lucky and you are appointed to the council, what areas of speciality will you bring to the council? Those are my two questions, and if I can just get response, then I'll be fine. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Member Kumbo, through you, Chair. I think, Chair and members, we have, a South African that I'm glad to inform you that in terms of having worked in the regulator, in the policy division as well within the ministry. I think the experience that I've gathered, having been in government and having been in private sector, it gave me an opportunity to test some of the policies that we have actually crafted and some of the regulatory framework models that we've actually participated on the other side. So one has been able to identify areas of opportunity for growth and improvement. Because if looking at where the world is going, in the past, one could say, if you work alone in silo, you tend not to benefit more. And I think the experience that one has seen through participation in the ITU with my current in the World Lottery Association, I think there's a lot that South Africa will gain through some of our experience because I've seen both worlds. And I think that's the experience that I'll be bringing into ICASA and the sector. And new areas, I think if one has read, I've read very thoroughly in terms of the ICASA plans, aligned to the National Development Plan. I mean, I was actually looking today, hearing that, the World Cup is in 2030. When NDP was adopted, I thought 2030 was far away. Now, realizing that 2030 is just around the corner, is the world of a digitized environment. Now, the question is, how do we then come up with provisions in our Electronic Communication Act that will make sure that South Africa is ready to get into that future? The issue of cybersecurity, because we're dealing with multinationals, we're dealing with many. As a regulator, we need to make sure that all our licensees protect our consumers. For me, cybersecurity, the issue of inclusivity and participation of the marginalized communities, as I said, coming from a rural area, that's what I'll be focusing and making sure that we sustain ICASA in its operation. So that's in short, a member that I'll be bringing into ICASA. Thank you.
You, Honorable Kumbo, and I recognize the Honorable Matos.
No, thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to Mr. Ramos Mutibi. And mine would be, I heard you touching on spectrum and also speaking about having not creating a situation where you'll find there's a player and a referee. I mean, in your own perspective, do you think that the spectrum has done justice in terms of low data cost in South Africa? And also, what mechanisms can we use to make sure that South Africans do not feel the burden of the data cost all the time? And also, are we not opening up ourselves to having more players coming into the game and maybe fronting as providing a low data cost, but at the end exploiting South Africans in terms of buying data? What are the ways that we can use? Because this issue of spectrum, I think we've been speaking about it for a long time now, and we are not getting the gist of how then do South Africans benefit from it. Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Machozi. Yeah, through you, Chair, again. Yeah, the issue of spectrum is a very exciting one, but as I've indicated earlier on, through proper monetary mechanism, the spectrum that has been allocated to all the licensees, ICASA, obviously with me being there, is to make sure that we've got proper monitoring tools. If I were to give an example through you, Chair, if you look at the district model, in each district, there's going to be an opportunity for ICASA to have a monitoring team so that, one, we can confirm that the spectrum that has been allocated, one, is being used optimally, and number two, the benefits that are supposed to be realized by the users and business are realized. So monitoring and evaluating what we have allocated, it's going to be one of the evidence-based model, which when we come to the committee, we should be able to provide you with scientific evidence that confirms that when we talk about costs, the good thing with what ICASA, through your support, has done in this country, the lower bands, not to be too technical, anything below 1 gig, you have an opportunity of putting a base station that can transmit, say, about 50, 100 kilometers. So in terms of your deployment, it's going to give you a better model in terms of reducing the number of base stations. Now, that's where we are supposed to start seeing cost reduction. And for the fact that we spoke about spectrum sharing, it's something that will then, as a component in the data saving, we should be seeing and realizing some of the cost reduction. And lastly is 2 issues. It's call termination and roaming. So when we talk about data cost reduction, Honorable Majosi, data, it's constituted in a formula where we need to look at that value chain and say, if we're to take legacy 2G, for example, I mean, I don't know who still use 2G. It might be machine to machine. But if you start saying to operators, it's time for you now to migrate from legacy to the spectrum that you've just got now through auction. That's one way of trying to understand their model so that we can realize some of the returns. So there's definitely an opportunity that, one, with this experience on how spectrum allocation and management is done, the issue of cost reduction to the benefit of our consumers will require that scientific participation of ICASA. And that's why we need skills of people that can actually come back and provide those analytical answers. But from what ICASA has done right now, I'm still convinced that with the spectrum below 1 gig, there's still going to be value realized in the country, and there's going to be value for many of us many years to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. I'll now move to the Honorable Tambo. You are recognized, Honorable Tambo.
Chair, I'm covered, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Tambo, covered. I now recognize the Honorable Mala.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Ramusi. I think, Chairperson, the background of Mr. Ramusi, it's quite intimidating in terms of the participation in the sector. However, I want him to speak to 2 issues. Mr. Ramusi, you were there during the actual conceptualization of ICASA. You were there, the formulation of the spectrum, you were there. I can go on and go on. But what is it that you want to conclude now that after all the good work that you have done for the country, what is it that you think still needs you in ICASA now? After all the good work that you have done. And secondly, I also want to hear about the current landscape in terms of ICT. Let me speak about our country. It's dominated by few powerful players, and the entry points are limited. How are you going to ensure that our SMEs, our ordinary people in rural areas can also be part of this big competition? Because I may refer to it as monopoly. We having these big companies dominating this space. However, every now and then we talk about transformation. In your view, how far are we in terms of transformation? Are we ever going to get a good competitive market in the country in terms of this sector. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lala, through you, Chair. Thank you for the questions. Yeah, I think that the reason why my interest, closing the loop, I think one has realized that there's an opportunity just to implement what has been put in through policy. And for me, is the issue of making sure that we've got equal distribution of services. Because as it stands right now, when spectrum is allocated or auctioned, it's not auctioned for a specific area, it's auctioned for South Africans. And I think there's an opportunity now to make sure that South Africans, when it comes to quality of service, cost to communicate amongst themselves, and those that have got an appetite to start new business, I think the time is now, it's ripe, because we've given away one of the most precious spectrum that everyone in the world always wished to have. So for me, is to make sure that what we started when we said in terms of making sure that we've got equal distribution of resources in this country. Spectrum is one of those natural resources. And I think this is where I would like to see as will to say that while sitting in Butokwa at home, I can still access 5G, but not to go to Polokwane if I want 5G. I think that will be the biggest. If I'm in Umhlaba Lingana, I should be able to do telemedicine. I should be able to do all the things that we have always been talking about in terms of linking communities. I think that's the reason why I have an appetite to come and finish what we have started. And with regards to SMMEs, I think I've indicated earlier on through you, Chair members, that without dictating to all the big players, the district model, I still want to emphasize that when I looked at the ICASA model, there's an opportunity, Chair, that I see normally people who come to maintain base stations in some of these townships or rural village are people from far away. There's an opportunity now to unearth talent through local communities, through tribal councils, where now you can actually set up small SMMEs that will support the big players. And to a large extent, we're talking about community services that are provided. Because if I look at the high demand spectrum, the good news as well from a policy point of view, the policy has made provision that we can have community networks. And I think for me, this is an opportune time to see how can we then come up with agile regulations that will enable a small SMME to actually even start competing at the service level with the big players. So my answer would be the policy provisions that are there, given what ICASA is supposed to do, I'm quite convinced that the political will has been pronounced. I think now is the matter of us as ICASA implementing what the policy, what the committee wants to see in the country. So the program of making sure that SMMEs come into the space has now been laid. I think it's a question of putting regulatory frameworks to make sure that we provide those services to the SMMEs and we grow and we create new jobs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lala, for your questions. Mr. Ramusi, just probably 1 or 2 points which you've spoken to, but I just want to clear my notes on this. One, just to complete the part on the SMMEs and the big players. One being that at some point to bring the previous disadvantage on board, the option that was looked at was the one, which has also not taken off. What would you probably suggest as a way to ensure meaningfully the previous disadvantage are brought on the equal footing, if one was to use that, with those that have had an opportunity before the telcos? So that's one. But the second one is what other measures could be put in place to ensure that we do not only get to be comfortable as a regulator that you can put penalties for non-implementation of universal service obligations and all that. But we can get a way for investment in the rural spaces, something that would say at this point has been lacking over time. And I think you do get the point. Balancing on one side that yes, we've given spectrum, yes, we will always give conditions, but they don't get to be implemented. And there's no investment on that side. But as I say, then also the bringing in of SMMEs, which was also seen at the time as an opportunity again to try and incentivize a deployment of infrastructure in the rural areas in that regard. So that's what I wanted to just get clarified from what Honorable Ndala raised.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, Chair, as I've indicated, I agree. The open access, wholesale open access for me, that would have been one way of bringing in lots of SMMEs within various provinces and districts within our country. I still opt that given the opportunity that we've got a number of infrastructure providers, competition at that level, it's not necessary. I think in terms of what we really require now is on the services. And having said that, from a high demand spectrum, I would even urge that the next round priority for SMMEs, it should be one that we shouldn't be shy. It should be based on an open, fair, transparent manner, because there's a role, as I've indicated, that the closest providers to communities are the very same SMMEs that stays in villages and townships. And spectrum being one of the means to alleviate poverty for other SMMEs, I'm still of the opinion that given the opportunity of looking at an open access model, spectrum sharing, as I've indicated earlier on, it's one way that can be an immediate intervention without having dominant players sharing, because you don't want a duopoly. Because once big players, share spectrum, possibilities of a duopoly can happen, and that can stifle competition. So I still feel that there are other regulatory yardsticks that can be implemented that can bring in the SMMEs into the game. I did indicate within ICASA, obviously through your supply chain mechanism, I've made mention that when we talk about monitoring of our networks, there's an opportunity for ICASA, because the skill set that is required now to do some scientific evidence-based monitoring. It's a matter of getting SMMEs in KZN, the Eastern Cape, let them drive around and do monitoring in terms of quality of service, reporting on weekly or monthly basis. I still see a huge role for those, SMMEs playing over and above what I've said, community networks, because the high spectrum, which has been configured now to make sure that in the next round, we look at high demand spectrum. Issues of white space, bring in the communities. There's an opportunity to take advantage of white space. Any other high demand spectrum can still unlock the value of SMMEs in rural and township, even in urban areas. So, Chair, I am of the view that it's not too late to bring the SMMEs. I think consultation, like as it was done in the previous, where we have colloquiums, I think this is the time to go back to the basics and perhaps just look at a digitized environment. How are the new players going to be playing in this game? And I think we've got an opportunity, as I've said, to re-engineer the whole sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy. I'm now back to you with your 2 minutes, concluding points or matters you want to bring to the committee before wrap up? Over to you. You are muted. You are muted, or is it on my side that I don't hear you? You are muted.
Oh, yeah, no, it's unmuted, sir. It's unmuted, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, Chair, I think in my closing remarks, let me thank the Chair and members for the opportunity. I think from my side, really, key issues and takeaways that I would like the committee to note. I'm there to make sure that the independence of ICASA is retained. The delivery of its mandate, it stays intact. As I've said in my presentation, from the issue of data cost, I'm quite still convinced there are models in terms of the value chain where we can find ways of reducing further cost. This was done in the previous ministries where call terminations were done. I was part of the team that made that possible, where we reduced cost to communicate through call termination. On issues of spectrum management, we just need Chair to make sure that ICASA is capacitated when it comes to skills, because the skills of the future in a digitized world are no longer the same like we have today. So the issue of funding, the issue of recruitment, the issue of retention, most importantly, consumer protection and partnership with the likes of SANAS when we do type approval, SABS, it's going to be a collaborative partnership that I'm seeing. And finally, looking at the future of a digitized world, definitely ICASA in its current format, it needs a revision. We need to re-engineer so that the economics of spectrum and the economics of what the regulator needs to do must be provided back to the committee. So those will be my closing remarks, Chair, to say that I am looking forward and I'm ready for the opportunity and the challenge. And thank you for the opportunity for this afternoon. Thank you, Chair and members.
No, thank you, Mr. Ramosi. Like I said in the beginning, that it's a conversation, and that from the questions of members, you would learn and continue to reflect, whilst members also draw some lessons from the responses you've given to members. I'm now taking the opportunity just to clarify the formalities from a point of the committee. As you are aware, even as we do this interview, we are open to the public. The public is able to follow the deliberation. So up until the recommendations are put before the House from a committee side, you'll be able to follow where we are with the process. Administratively, we still have the committee support that prepared you for this engagement. You will still be able to interact with them at any time if you want to have any follow-ups administratively. Otherwise, we really thank you for raising the hand that you would want to enter this conversation. And like I said, it goes beyond just this short interaction but as South Africans, we must continue to have that conversation of seeking solutions to our challenges as a country. So thank you. As we'll be getting Mr. Ngoma to get the next candidate and allowing you to leave the platform, you will go. We really thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members, and good evening. Thank you.
Mr. Ngoma, you would then assist us.
Evening, Chair, it's Hajira. I'll be taking Mr. Bokani now. Thank you. The candidate is online, Chair.
Trying to check if we're still audible and the candidate is able to Sana. Can you hear us? Or is it me who's out?
1 second, Chair. Let me just call him. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Greetings. Good afternoon. Yeah. Afternoon.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
See you. On my side,
But-
can't see. I want to see the background. Can
You'll be able to see me now.
Yeah, now can see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope I'm pronouncing it properly. Mbokane.
Mbokane, yes, Mbokane.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Mbokane.
Thank you, Chair.
You are now appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. So as the subcommittee,
Thank you.
report to the committee, and then the committee will report to the House. We are constituted on the basis of the multi-party system web country. So our committee is also representative of the parties in terms of electoral support of 2019. I will therefore, without further waste of time, just clarify the outline in terms of the conversation we are going to have with you. We do not call it the interviews as such, but a conversation where we as members, through your responses, we can learn from you, and that you will also learn from the questions of members and continue to reflect even beyond this interaction. I will therefore, without waste of time, just indicate the times allocated. I'll just do now introduction, which will be done by members. Immediately after that, we will then allocate 5 minutes to you to briefly introduce yourself, which then takes into account skills, experiences that you have in a way that can assist ICASA if you were to consider. Immediately after that, we will then allocate each member 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes takes into account the questions asked by the member, as well as the responses in that 5 minutes, and then get to another member. Just to ensure that there's a flow in the conversation, as the chairperson, I will not come in between yourself and the member that's interacting with you. I will only guide the next member who then needs to come in. Once all members would have asked their questions, as the chair was facilitating, I do not necessarily ask questions unless there's a matter that I would need more clarity on, which would have been raised by 1 or 2 members in that scope. Thereafter, we'll allocate 2 minutes to yourself to make your concluding points or raise any matter you want to raise with the committee in that 2 minutes, and thereafter we'll wrap up. I hope that is clear now. I will then move on.
Thank you, Chair.
The introduction, Ogane, myself, Boyce Maneli, the chairperson of the committee and this subcommittee, who's also from the African National Congress. I'll then go to the members, African National Congress, Honorable Mlala.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Lisiba Mlala. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee and the Subcommittee. coming from the African National Congress. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Alice Mtembo, coming from the African National Congress, a member of the committee and also a member of the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gumbu Thomas, a member of the Portfolio Committee, coming from the African National Congress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Natasha Matsane. I'm a member of the committee. I'm the DA Shadow Minister for Communications and Digital Technologies and a member of this particular subcommittee as well as the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. You're most welcome.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Name is now Tambo, member of the subcommittee and the committee representing the EFF. Thanks.
Enkos.
Honorable Machozi, unmute.
Good afternoon, Honorable Machozi. I'm representing the ICASA Freedom Party, a member of the subcommittee and the Committee of Communications. Thanks.
Ngiyabonga, Honorable Member.
Without waste of time, now get to a point where members would then interact with you in the following order. Honorable Mtembu first, followed by Honorable Mazone, will be followed by Honorable Kumbo. Kumbo will be followed by Honorable Machozi, will take Honorable Tambo, those Honorable Lalo. I now recognize Honorable Mtembu to interact with you. Like I said, I would not be coming in between. Scott, thank you. Honorable Tim, please proceed.
Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Excuse me, Chair. Yes, I think, are we not missing the part that he must give us the background?
Oh, sorry, Honorable Matt. I'm rushing.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you for reminding.
It's been a long day, it seems, Honorable Chair.
No, sorry for that. So no, Honorable Mlala has just reminded me that we have agreed you will start the 5 minutes. My apologies for that. 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, like I said, indicating your experiences and skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mlala, for that. And Honorable Member, thank you. I'm grateful for being shortlisted for the confidence that honorable members have shown to me thus far. My name is Nkosana Mbogane, currently employed as CEO by TechnoChange Solutions, an ICT company for the past 9 years. I'm also an expert public speaker on 5G, broadcasting, fiber optic networks, and cloud-based technology innovation. And now and then I get called to assist in courts as an ICT specialist expert witness. I was born and I grew up at the township of Katlehong on the East Rand. Currently, I'm part of the APEC board and I'm part of the Agri-B board. I hope to serve the people of South Africa with excellence and to subject myself to the work of the Constitution of the Republic and the ICASA Act and Companies Act, PFMA Act as well. Critical of all my knowledge is compliance, ICT obviously, broad corporate governance, risk management, mostly importantly, in telecommunication. I am passionate about information and development of SMEs, in particular Black-owned businesses, especially by women and youth. In terms of qualification, I'm currently studying a doctorate in business administration, and I hold an MBA with a dissertation that I did, a critical review of the National Development Plan as it relates to education and e-learning innovations. I also have a few IT diplomas, postgraduate diplomas and certificates, including other certificates in public sector governance, strategic planning, labor relations, and all this is supported by local and international executive experience. That includes around 15 years as senior management in my 25 years in ICT. In terms of ICASA, the Constitution really has certain provision to why I accepted the nomination is because of the fact that the Constitution has created a few Chapter 9 institutions, which are institutions that support constitutional democracy. And Section 129 of the Constitution of the Republic gives effect to the ICASA because it mandates Parliament to establish an independent regulatory institution which is required to provide for the regulation of broadcasting. Most importantly, it says in the public interest. And it further goes on to say to ensure fairness and diversity of views broadly representing South Africa. In terms of work experience, I'm currently serving in other boards as well. I'm former member of the board of PPCB. I worked for various organizations in different capacity. I've worked for Accenture, which was at that stage called consulting as a ICT business analyst. Then I went to the State Information Technology Agency. I worked there as a senior business analyst. Then I went to British American Tobacco Corporation as an ICT senior project manager. And I went to Chevron. I think today it's called Astron, where I was the regional manager responsible for Africa, Europe, Pakistan. And I went to work for PPCB as the general manager for ICT, and I spent around 3 years working in the US, Singapore, and the UK. I believe myself as an independent thinker who believes in the freedom of speech, fairness, and I'm very innovative and creative person who has a very good understanding of where the ICT sector is going in the years to come in terms of 5G to 6G, artificial intelligence, fifth industrial revolution, robotics, smarter ID devices. I guess that is to say my 5 minutes is finished, yeah?
I'm trying to give an indication. I'm getting there.
Okay, all right.
You were too quick to see that I'm actually saying get there.
Yeah, just my closing remarks. ICASA requires incorruptible and courageous men and women of honor. And I've tried, to live my life guided by the principle of humility, a caring leader that is highly competent and professional in my work. And I'm the type of a guy who, when I make a mistake, I have the humility to accept it. And I'm very passionate about the poor people of this country. I will leave that. I'll leave it at that for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbukane. I will now, as we get to interaction with members, follow the list as I would have read, starting with the Honorable Tembo, to engage with you on the fact.
Thank you.
Like I said, I would not come in between. so as to allow the flow of the engagement. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Mbokane.
Afternoon, Honorable Ntembu.
Thank you very much for your background. Mr. Mbokane, I just want to find out why do you want to be part of the ICASA Council, and what is it that you want to bring in to make sure that you strengthening the ICASA? I don't have much question. That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntembu. Why do I want to be part of the council? I think my skills in terms of the ICT, I have spent 25 years in the ICT industry. I have traveled internationally, and I understand what the body like ICASA it's supposed to do, and in the main, it is doing that. But for organizations like ICASA to succeed, it requires people of great skills. But also, I feel that there's been a lot of outcry around cheaper data, airtime costs, the non-expiry of data, the issue of network, which we struggle with every day. And I feel that in terms of what I will bring when I go to ICASA, my main focus will be to try and champion the issue of ensuring that ICASA works with the mobile operator to invest in infrastructure, because what I've seen is that they invest in suburban areas, in the metropole, and they don't put any investment in the rural areas. And the licensing part of it should come up with stipulation of investment into the rural areas, because you can't be sitting. I mean, I visited KZN, and I visited Mpumalanga, and when I go to the far rural areas, I have to go to some trees, or I have to walk around for me to get the network. So I think in terms of what I will bring, I want to champion that. But also, the operators have recently got the spectrum, and their problem was that no, we don't have enough spectrum, so that's why the cost is so expensive. They've recently got the spectrum, so now I want to know what they are doing to reduce the data cost and to invest in infrastructure. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Honorable Ntembu.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Ntembu, now recognize Honorable Mazon.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, sir. It's lovely to have you having this discussion with our committee today.
Afternoon.
Certainly, good afternoon.
Honorable Member.
It certainly seems from your background that you are undoubtedly an ICT expert. That there can be no question. You've also worked at very large multinational companies. So I think that you have a very broad understanding of financial implications and financial ramifications that the ICT sector can have in companies as well as in a country as a whole, because you did explain to us that you worked as an analyst for British American Tobacco, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So what I'd like to know from you is, undoubtedly, you, like every other South African, have been watching the news, you know that Parliament is about to embark on the adjustment budget process, and it's public knowledge that ICASA has constantly had a problem with underfunding. If you were to become a successful board member, how do you see your role, given the experience that you've had working in these multinationals, and not just for the state or government entities, in turning around the financial status of ICASA, firstly, and secondly, as a national regulator, one of your jobs is to ensure that the SABC is correctly regulated and, of course, adheres to its constitutional mandate, which is to be the national broadcaster. Now, we run a very serious risk that the SABC is now facing a dire financial situation and is being forced to sell off some of its channels to the private sector. Now, as you may know, I'm an expert in all matters that deal with state capture. So I was very pleased to hear that one of your fundamental core principles is that you view yourself as someone who is incorruptible, which I was pleased to hear you mention, because I think that integrity is very important, and ethics is your name is your ethics, and that is terribly important. So how would you turn around or assist, because obviously you couldn't do it by yourself, you would do it as the regulator. How would you assist the SABC in turning around its disastrous financial situation, with the caveat that you do not ask government for a financial bailout? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mazon. The first question around the finances. First, I think when you look at state entities, especially, ICASA, it is responsible for regulating the telecommunication, broadcasting, and postal industries in the public interest, the underlining public interest. Now, we have to first use the taxpayers' money to ensure that we deliver the services. Now, my experience, when I was with Chevron, I managed a budget of over 400 million US. And when you see that type of money, you might think that is sufficient. But in order to use it properly, first you have to understand what is your role. In terms of ICASA, its role is to regulate those three industries, but also it has a role of making sure that the operators, they invest. One of the things that I will do to ensure that the financial status is turned around is to look at the current budget and what we need to achieve with that budget. If the budget is not sufficient, you have to prioritize, but make sure that you still comply to regulations, and make sure that the income that you are getting is used for what the Act says we must use it for. And some of the things, you need to be effective, and we need to be efficient in the way that we use state money. What I've seen, I've worked for government and I've worked for public sector. A lot of money is lost in government. Number one, on corruption. Tenders are issued for a specific amount. In a matter of a year, maybe 2 years, that amount has just escalated to the level that is unacceptable. So strict financial control, fiscal control is important. Currently, I'm part of the EPEC board. The EPEC board is one of the entities of the Department of Agriculture. And we've seen, and I'm the chairperson of the Audit, Remuneration and Risk Committee. And through my effort, we've been able, the budget for that entity is around 50 to 60 million. And through my effort in making sure that we get rid of some of the costs that we were there that we didn't need, we've been able to save about 15 million, which we could allocate to other things. And then in terms of the SABC, the SABC's problem right now is their funding model. The SABC depends on some commercial fees. It depends on the public, but it also depends, on licensing, TV licenses. I worked with a student a year or so ago who was doing a PhD in related to SABC funding. And Honorable Mazon, let me tell you, there are better ways of making sure that the SABC does not depend on bailouts year in, year out. We need to look at the funding model, and we need to invest more into the funding model of the SABC, because right now it is not workable. But also, as I indicated, corruption is the biggest headache. And as I indicated, it's one of the first things that we need to, what I will call the lower hanging fruit that we can look at to try and make sure that we save costs. I hope that addresses your question, Honorable Mazo. Thank you.
It most certainly does, and may I wish you great success with your PhD.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mazwane. Now, the Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kumbu.
Thank you, Chair. And once more, good afternoon to Mr. Mbokane.
Afternoon, Honorable Gumbu.
Yeah, just 3 questions from my side. Mr. Mbokane, I can see that you have quite vast experience on ICT sector. Now, I just want to get a sense of how is your experience in the ICT sector going to assist the regulator, the ICASA. Secondly, if you can just demonstrate to me as to how the independence of ICASA will influence the delivery of its mandates. Lastly, Chair, how do you see the spectrum which has just been released? How the spectrum which has just been released will help in the transformation of the sector? Those were my 3 questions, Chair, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Kumbu. There is nothing that beats experience, and I've got international experience. And through that international experience, you learn how people do things better. I think using my ICT experience, there are a lot of things that we can make effective and more efficient by using technology. I've mentioned things like the fifth generation, the artificial intelligence, robotics, but remember, technology, it's supposed to be used to save cost, but also to create efficiencies in the way we do our job. So my role will be to come up with improvements. Whether, if I can use this simplistic example, creating some of the things that we use currently manually, we create electronic processes within ICASA. We also improve the processes of managing the finances, of managing our task, and of ensuring that we manage performance quite well. Now, in terms of ensuring independence of ICASA, ICASA has got number one, ICASA has some legislative role that it needs to play. ICASA must work together with the industry. ICASA must work together with the government, and ICASA must work very well with the employees within ICASA. Now, the Act stipulates that ICASA, what ICASA must do and what ICASA must regulate. And Section 4 of ICASA stipulates the function. Now, there is a tendency sometimes for government, I'll get in trouble for this, but I'm an independent guy, so I'm just going to say it, to try and influence, and I've seen it in the SABC, but I've seen it recently in ICASA when the government was not able to raise this money because they wanted to impose certain things that ICASA wanted to do, and so on. So we need council members who are independent and who will always enforce and emphasize the issue of independence in terms of the Act, but who will make sure that ICASA delivers on its legislative roles. ICASA changes the lives of the poor. And then in terms of transformation, you mentioned the spectrum. Chair, I've been following the auction around the spectrum. In terms of making sure we transform the industry, there was earlier on the WEN, which was supposed to be put aside for empowerment. And I thought the government has put that on hold. But when ICASA was giving the spectrum to the operator, they should have put aside rules to say, for you to get the spectrum, we need you first. We need to transform. We need to make sure that your directors, your management, and your shareholding is transformed. The communities that you around you are transformed, and you encourage the development of youth in terms of entrepreneurship. You encourage the development of women, because most of these operators are there are no women, there are no youth in there. But in addition, and lastly, Honorable, the issue of zero-rated services will assist with transforming the industry, because transformation also means ability for the poor to be able to use the internet. And if we do zero rating on specific services, that will assist in making sure that the industry is transformed. Thank you, Honorable Kumbo.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbo. I now invite Honorable Machozi. Recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to Mr. Mbokane. My question would be on litigations. If you are appointed as a ICASA Council, what strategies will you come up with to make sure that you limit the litigations, because they take more funds going to court and doing that? So I want to get your perspective in terms of litigations. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. When an organization, an individual, or a company goes to court, it goes to court because of frustration, either frustration around lack of response, or frustration around dishonesty among the parties. And it also happens because of lack of commitment to finding amicable solutions that are mutually beneficial to all the parties. So what I will attempt and try to do is to make sure that we engage organizations, we engaged our customers. I know that there was a problem. As far as the ICASA is concerned, there was when ICASA took away the temporary spectrum, some of the organization took ICASA to court. But I think when you negotiate with the honestly, when your negotiation is transparent and when your negotiation is intended to achieve a mutually beneficial solution, you are able to find each other. When we act, whether as a state or as an individual without consultation, when we act dishonestly, when we act with a lack of transparency, we find ourselves having to fight in court. So, Honorable Majosi, I will make sure as part of a collective that we engage with our stakeholders, especially where there are differences, because that's when court starts to happen, to make sure that we prevent the court processes from taking place. That is important. We can't afford to go to court because it's expensive and it delays the project that we need to do. So honest discussion, transparent discussion, is important to make sure that we achieve. And I'm not talking in a sense where people now there's regulatory, capture, where people want to enforce, their requirement on the regulator. I'm talking about honesty and mutual beneficial agreement that says we work together and we want to do better for the country and for the economy together, and fighting through the court doesn't help. Thank you, Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Yes, I now recognize Honorable Majosi. Oh, I thought you were talking.
Yes, Chair. No, I'm fine. I'm fine, Chairperson. Thanks.
As I recognize Honorable Tambo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our candidate. A quick one. I wanted to ask, how does Mr. Mbokane think that we can improve competition within the commercial broadcast space at a regulatory level? Because there's a lot of discussion around a perceived, or rather perhaps palpable, monopoly being held by one private broadcast entity around the production of sporting content in particular, but content in general in South Africa. And of course, the public broadcaster is currently in dire financial straits, perhaps as a result of a lack of strategic vision, but also the competitive space for content that can generate revenue from for the public broadcaster seems to be rather being monopolized by certain commercial entities that operate within the private commercial broadcasting space as well. So how can ICASA better regulate that arena so that we can ensure not only that the public broadcaster is able to play in that space and maximize on its own content that is also streamed on private broadcast, commercial broadcasters' spaces, but also maximize on content that may be sporting or otherwise, to ensure that there's a level competitive playing field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Sometimes the problem we've had is a slow regulatory or laws implementation. When we talk about, for example, about the SABC, the SABC needed us to converge to, DTT. from analog. Now, most of these companies that I will say now are way ahead in compared to the broadcaster that are literally printing money. It's because they allowed innovation. They allowed innovation while the SABC was hamstrung by still being on analog. Remember, when you go digital, it allows you to have additional channels. It allows you to efficiently create streaming services, affordable streaming services. But on top of that, things like the spectrum also allows entities to provide cheaper data, because those content that needs to be streamed, it needs to be streamed through data. So the first thing is ensuring that ICASA, as a regulator, enables the broadcaster with appropriate regulations. And to that extent, something has been done with converting now to digital television. Something we've achieved something with moving to spectrum. What we need now is proper strategies of how we can take advantage of this available technology to improve our revenue. I think the problem is with public entities. We are hamstrung by old technology. We are hamstrung by strategies that are not taking us anywhere. So in terms of my experience and to improve competitiveness in the commercial space, I will come with some proposals that we can use. First, proposal that relates to how we can create channels, how the broadcaster can create channels that are marketable, that are cheap, and that contains content that will be of interest, and they can compete with those who hold the monopoly right now. The second part is I will propose processes on how we can provide that content cheaper, on how we can market that content cheaper. And there's nothing better than experience, and there's nothing better than learning. In fact, we have to learn to those who are ahead of us, and we have to learn from those who are currently printing money so that we can beat them at their own game. Competitiveness, it's about two things. Competitiveness is about innovation. Competitiveness is about creativity. If you're not creative, if you are not innovative, you will not go anywhere. So I mean, if let's say I will advise, for example, the SABC, I would say create an entrepreneurship culture where the employees come with ideas that will improve their processes. Thank you, Honorable Kombo. I hope I addressed your question. Tambo, sorry, Honorable Tambo.
Honorable Tambo, I recognize Honorable Mbala. Honorable Mbala.
Yeah, I only have one question. And good afternoon, Mr. Mbogani.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mlala.
I think I want to ask you a question revolving around the involving landscape in the ICT industry, the structure and the design of various regulators, and what would be your view in terms of centralization or decentralization of these regulators? Simply put, whether do we need a measure of some of these regulators to be one, or we should decentralize them? And maybe the last one would be, what is your understanding of digital sovereignty in terms of content and moderation? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mulala. In terms of the landscape in the industry, remember that there was the formation of ICASA was a result of a combination of the South African Telecommunication Regulatory Authority and was a combination of the Independent Broadcasting Authority in order to try and integrate and create an integrated authority so that we don't have different authorities or entities that, you know, have cross and integrating functions, but then they are going different direction. My view is that to be effective and for us to do our job better, but most importantly, to use the scarce financial resources, we'll have to look at how we can integrate some of these entities. And I've seen that being done within government with some of the entities. And you will see now every time a new president comes, they try to integrate departments that do similar things that assist in ensuring that the landscape is changed, but it's changed for the better, and it's changed to use the limited resources effectively. In terms of digital sovereignty, to be honest with you, I think in terms of creating content, in terms of the work of ICASA, it's something that we need to look at very, very carefully. We're living, with that said, we need to understand we're living in a global world where we share resources internationally. But for us as a country, we still have to have that independence in terms of our content. We still have to protect our intellectual property in terms of the content that we're creating, but in terms of the digital technologies we are creating. We always say that South Africa it's a consumer-based environment. We don't manufacture and we don't create. And once we start creating our own digital technologies, once we start creating really good international sellable content, digital sovereignty becomes very critical and becomes very important to make sure that we protect our resources. I hope I addressed your question properly, Honorable Mulala. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mulala, for your questions. I just wanted one issue clarified, Mr. Mbokani. I think you, from a transformation point of view, you've spoken to a number of things, be it youth involvement, be it women as part of what could have been imposed as conditions as you allocate spectrum. I think the question I have with regard to that transformation is, of course, before there was one that was proposed as a means to ensure that previously disadvantaged are put on board and ICASA could not proceed. Given an opportunity and you are making a recommendation as the regulator, what is it now that could be implemented as a possible solution in bringing all these categories that you have spoken to thus far. Now, more on an equal footing in terms of the allocation of such a spectrum. That's the part I need from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. First of all, I think the suspension or the cancellation of the one policy by government, I find it to be unfortunate because I've read that policy. It will have really assisted in making sure that the industry is allocated. I want to make this example, right? From agriculture. I'm serving in a few agricultural boards currently. You will know there was a report that was issued by the Land Bank, which stated that from 2015 to 2021, almost 35 billion was allocated to assisting white farmers, and a meager 3 billion was allocated to black farmers. Now, what I'm trying to say by that is that through my effort and the effort of other people, we were able to create and to go to the department and say, let's create a fund that will be purely put aside for black farmers. Because remember, the reason why bigger amount has been is because of the requirements for funding. For bigger farmers, the requirement is different and requires a lot of things that the smaller ones cannot have. Now, going back to ICASA and to your question around transformation, why I'm saying the one is unfortunate is if you look at the 14.4 billion that we got from the auction of the spectrum, you will see that small operators will not have stood a chance in there. So it is necessary for government to have a policy that will have what I will call a put aside to develop specifically black entities, youth and women. And coming to what can be done now, we need to go back to the entities that have won the spectrum. We need to say to them, they must allocate a certain component of that spectrum for women entities, for youth entities, as well as, in general for black empowerment purposes. There are opportunities in the current auction to create rules that do that. But in the long term, Chair, we need to come up with a plan. And I work a lot with students from the University of Stellenbosch and from the University of Cape Town. And there are a lot of ideas that I've seen there that I could bring in terms of how we can create policies that is acceptable to everyone for empowerment of youth, of women, and black empowerment in general. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bukane. As I had promised, would then get back to you for the 2 minutes for you to make your concluding any clarification you want from the committee. 2 minutes before.
Okay. Thank you very much. I regard myself as a high achiever who believes in fairness, freedom of expression, transparency, openness, honesty, integrity, and accountability, and someone who cares and wants to see serious changes to the lives of the poor, who understands fiduciary duties of accounting officers. And as such, I hate corruption and I hate corrupt people because they rob the poor South Africans of opportunities. I have been frustrated and disappointed by the terrible network problems in rural areas, the high data cost, and generally the bad service delivery from some of the operators. Finally, Chair, I want to say it never occurred to me that an ordinary person like myself can ever have a chance, to stop complaining and go and do extraordinary things at the organization like ICASA. And secondly, I thought this type of responsibility were only for certain people who know certain top people and not for ordinary South Africans who are qualified, experienced, skills, and have the willingness to lead and to change things like myself. So when I was shortlisted, I felt that, if an ordinary Nkosana like myself could actually be shortlisted for ICASA, then there is hope for South Africa and institutional democracy. Hopefully, by the grace of God, the miracle can happen where I might be appointed. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Mbokani. Of course, I'm sure you'd agree that the objectives would have been met.
Yes.
As indicated earlier on, that we'll learn from you, we'll probably also learn from questions that the members would have asked. And I'm sure the committee members are quite happy to hear that we still are committed to what we said as representatives of the people of the country, that we give an opportunity to South Africans to show what they have. And you've just tested to that from your comments. And I think that's how we look at things going forward. But more importantly is that this is a conversation, as we said, which should not end in the short interaction we've had. But as South Africans, we must continue to have that conversation. And thanks for raising your hand to say that I would want to have that conversation with Parliament, hence being shortlisted this regard.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So with that having been said, just to deal with the formalities, from the point of the committee, the meetings that we have, including interviews that we are running now, are usually open to the public. So you'll be able to follow the deliberations of the committee until it presents its report to the House, for the House to consider its recommendations. From the point of the administration, those that were helping you in preparation for your appearance before the subcommittee, Mr. Ngoma and them are still available for any administrative questions that you may want to follow up on. So you can still interact with them. But of course, we've come to the end of this engagement this early evening. As we have listened to also other candidates that came before us, so we really appreciate that you still made time. So with that, we would be releasing you as the committee concludes its business for the day.
Baie dankie meneer Voorsitter. Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Kuyaleboha mdulastulo. Dankie.
Thank you. As we
I can leave.
Bukane to leave, then we'll just wrap up from the committee side. Honorable members, as you be aware, this is the subcommittee that was focusing on the ICASA, and I take it that that would have been the last candidate to engage with Najira and Mr. Ngoma.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I do have the members of the subcommittee on the platform. The only one member that has apologized was Ms. Bodlani. She's with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference.
No, Mr. Ngoma. I was just making sure that you are like me, we've been working on this. Okay. So I was just checking if indeed we have concluded this part so that we do not have anybody who's a candidate on the platform, and that we can close properly the ICASA and release the other members, because I just wanted to indicate the process forward. So we are covered. That was the last one.
Yes, that was definitely the last candidate for the ICASA Council. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay. Now, thank you. Honorable members, the reason I was checking that so that we conclude is that, as you know, this is also an important vacancy that we need to fill, and therefore fast-tracking the process becomes important. We have applied, made a political application that we can have our deliberations early next week, understanding that the committee is also back to work in Parliament. Would have attempted to look at Friday. So I'm saying this so that the members do really prepare in that regard, that we do not take long before we have the deliberations and making the recommendations to the House with regard to this vacancy, so that we can stabilize ICASA. But we have, I think, done well in terms of concluding the business for the subcommittee. With that, the subcommittee stays adjourned, and I'm sure we'll get the communique for the adoption of reports, like get the minutes and everything else. Thank you. Stay adjourned as we get the other members who are not serving in the other subcommittee of MTD would not be joining, and will be joined by others in that meeting. Thank you. Tangoma is the same link, isn't it? We just need to get the others.
Chairperson, yeah, the members of the subcommittee on MTDA are on the platform, Chair. So we can start with the meeting, and the candidate is in the waiting room and she is ready to appear before the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Is it an indication therefore that Ms. The Honorable Bodlani, is she the platform? If not, is she presented by Honorable Mazoni? So let's check that. So that we are
Chairperson, it's Honorable Mazoni.
Yes. Honorable Mazoni.
Terribly sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I really apologize about that. Chairperson, Honorable Bodlani is unable to join us tonight, so I will be representing her on this committee too.
Okay, so nobody leaves. All here. Both. Time is now 6:10. I think, given the delays on the previous subcommittee, would now proceed to entertain the matters of the MTDA, as the subcommittee is now looking at the appointment process for the MTDA. I'm told we are, Mr. Ngoma, looking at 2 candidates to interact with tonight, and others would be tomorrow. Am I correct?
You are correct, Chairperson. Will be interacting with Ms. Leonard and Mr. Mbasa Metuse, and the rest will be tomorrow, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure that the other members who are not on the MTTA now would have left the platform as welcome